Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, all protocol observed, good morning. I'm Kavira Annette. I'm a lecturer at University of Rwanda, College of Education. I'm honored to be today's MC, taking you through today's program. A warm welcome to you all who are with us on day 3, and actually the last day of our conference on reshaping education for sustainable development, with a theme entitled Empowering Educators to Prepare Students for the Complex Challenges of Tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here with us until today. Let us give a round of applause to ourselves for being here from the very start of the conference until this day. Before I invite our keynote speaker for today, let us glance at a few takeaway lessons summarized from yesterday's discussions. Yesterday's keynote speaker emphasized the role of innovation in assessment, emphasizing that digital assessment is crucial because it accommodates different levels of learners. She also continued to point out that there are lots of emerging trends in assessment, which includes formative tools, adaptive testing, gamification, as well as usage examples. More to that, panelists also highlighted on the challenges related to online assessment, including the high levels of plagiarism, to mention but a few. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, it's now time to have our keynote speaker. We are delighted to have a renowned scholar who is going to share with us great insights on career guidance, which is actually aligned with our theme on empowering educators to prepare students for the complex challenges of tomorrow. Our keynote speaker is Madame Alognon Hafidekai from Togo. I hope I have mentioned the name well. And is going to be with us virtually. So first of all, let us go through her bio. I'll go through her bio in English, and I'll call my colleague Rugigana to go through her bio in French. So Madame Algon was born in July 1973. She's a Togolese by nationality. She served as a history and geography teacher and then an education inspector, specializing in technical education and vocational training, starting in 2010. Since March 2024, she has been Director of Technical Secondary Education at the Togolese Ministry of Technical Education and Vocational Training and Apprenticeship, and a vocational training specialist on the construction project of the Technical and Vocational Training Center of Excellence at the ADET COP industry platform. As an expert in APC engineering, according to the OIF guides and the development curriculum methodology of the Canadian Association of Vocational Training, she has had an opportunity to participate in several workshops, most of them at the national level. So with that, can I call my colleague Rugigana to go through her bio in French?
Bonjour. Aujourd'hui, nous avons l'honneur d'être... Bonjour, madame.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Puis-je avoir l'honneur de vous présenter un peu de mots?
Bien sûr.
Donc, aujourd'hui, nous serons avec madame Kai Afide. Elle est de nationalité togolaise. Elle est née en juillet 1973 Et elle a été enseignante d'histoire-géographie, puis inspectrice de l'éducation, option enseignement technique et formation professionnelle à partir de 2010. Elle occupe depuis mars 2024 le poste de directrice de l'enseignement secondaire technique au ministère togolais de l'enseignement technique, de la formation professionnelle et de l'apprentissage d'une part, est spécialiste en formation professionnelle sur le projet de construction du centre d'excellence de formation technique et professionnelle de la plateforme industrielle d'Adéticopé. Experte en ingénierie APC, selon les guides de l'OIF et selon la méthodologie Developing et Curriculum de l'Association canadienne de la formation professionnelle, elle a eu l'opportunité de participer à plusieurs ateliers, de la plupart sur le plan national. Madame, on a l'honneur de vous avoir aujourd'hui. Je demanderai au public d'applaudir pour vous recevoir. Vous allez présenter en français. Il y aura des diapositives qui seront projetées en anglais. Et pendant les interventions, je pourrai interpréter en français pour que vous puissiez réagir. Merci. I would ask Madame Annette to continue with the moderation.
So for the meantime, as she starts her presentation, we are going to be following the subtitles on the screen in English. So over to you, Madame Algon.
Ok. Vous me recevez, s'il vous plaît?
Oui, on vous reçoit.
Ok, bonjour à tous, à vos rangs, grades, titres, tout protocole respecté. Je suis Madame Alognon, donc je suis du Togo. Et c'est un privilège pour moi de vous présenter aujourd'hui, ou plutôt de réfléchir ensemble avec vous sur l'orientation professionnelle pour l'avenir, comment concilier les aspirations individuelles et les besoins sociétaux. Alors, cette présentation se fera en des points ci-après. Une brève introduction qui sera suivie des aspirations individuelles, des besoins sociétaux liés aux exigences et aux mutations du marché, les risques de dissociation entre aspiration et réalité, les tensions structurelles dans le système éducatif, la symbiose entre l'aspiration individuelle et les besoins sociétaux, quelques exemples d'initiatives réussies ou inspirantes, quelques témoignages des jeunes et des propositions concrètes pour des actions et la conclusion. Alors, en introduction, il est bon de savoir que la question de l'orientation est une préoccupation qui est à la fois ancienne, mais une préoccupation qui est encore d'actualité. Et nous ne sommes pas sans savoir que depuis l'enfance, Une question revenait toujours, qu'est-ce que vous voulez faire après vos études? Quel est le métier que vous aimeriez embrasser plus tard? Et je me rappelle au cours primaire, on nous donnait de ces genres de rédaction. Sauf qu'on ne savait pas qu'on nous amenait déjà enfants à réfléchir sur notre métier professionnel, à nous initier, à nous projeter dans la vie active et à nous construire un avenir professionnel qui soit aligné sur les valeurs et les identités. Mais aujourd'hui, à l'analyse, on constate qu'il y a souvent des écarts entre les aspirations individuelles des jeunes diplômés et les dynamiques fluctuantes du marché de l'emploi qui est de plus en plus exigeant et en constante évolution. Donc, cela nous amène à nous demander ou à reconnaître que l'orientation professionnelle est aujourd'hui un enjeu fondamental pour le présent et pour l'avenir, que ce soit au niveau individuel et collectif. Et donc, nous sommes contraints de réfléchir aujourd'hui sur comment mettre en œuvre des mécanismes d'orientation capables de concilier aspiration personnelle et responsabilité collective. Mais il est important d'abord de savoir ce que nous entendons par aspiration individuelle ou personnelle. Et là, on n'est pas sans savoir que les trajectoires professionnelles des jeunes sont de plus en plus façonnées pour la poursuite d'un idéal personnel. Tous les jeunes recherchent un certain épanouissement, une volonté d'aligner leur activité à leurs conditions professionnelles ou personnelles. Et beaucoup de jeunes aujourd'hui choisissent leur filière de formation, pas en fonction des opportunités du marché du travail, mais beaucoup plus en fonction de leur passion. Voilà ce que j'ai envie de faire, voilà ce que je veux faire, en fonction de leur curiosité, en fonction de leur vocation intime. Et malgré l'existence d'un service d'orientation, on voit que c'est beaucoup plus au niveau des familles que se décide donc l'orientation de ces jeunes. Et on fait vraiment très fi des analyses structurelles du marché. Malheureusement, quand le choix n'est pas aligné aux besoins du marché de l'emploi, ça crée des frustrations. Même si nous reconnaissons que lorsque le choix est libre, le jeune est plus déterminé, le jeune est plus motivé, le jeune est plus engagé, le jeune a envie de progresser malgré les obstacles. Il voit les obstacles comme des défis et il progresse. On voit quand même que quand il y a décalage, alors il y a quand même des problèmes. Et ces décalages entraînent des risques et sont liés souvent à quoi? À l'ignorance des contraintes sociales, à l'ignorance de l'évolution du marché de l'emploi. Et donc, on a besoin de connaître alors quels sont les besoins de ce marché de l'emploi, quelles sont les exigences du marché de l'emploi. Et nous savons tous que de plus en plus, les États de la planète ont pris conscience de la nécessité d'adapter le secteur de l'éducation et de la formation aux exigences du monde contemporain. Et déjà en 2015, il y a les objectifs de développement durable, l'ODD 4, qui veut faire donc ou instaurer une éducation inclusive, équitable, une éducation de qualité et promouvoir des possibilités d'apprentissage pour tous. Au Togo, par exemple, nous avons des documents de stratégie comme le plan sectoriel de l'éducation. Nous avons également la stratégie nationale de l'enseignement technique et de la formation professionnelle. Nous avons également la feuille de route gouvernementale qui partage largement cette même vision. Même à l'échelle régionale, nous savons que les réflexions se renforcent autour de la qualité et de la pertinence de la formation professionnelle pour améliorer l'insertion des jeunes. Et on parle beaucoup de plus en plus des compétences pour l'emploi, des métiers d'avenir, des métiers porteurs, notamment surtout au niveau des transformations numériques et écologiques. Et tout cela, c'est d'abord pour anticiper les besoins du marché du travail et contribuer à des enjeux globaux. Cependant, une éducation, une orientation professionnelle qui est uniquement ou qui prend uniquement en compte les besoins sociétaux présente de créer un décalage entre l'individu et son métier, et cela a des risques, cela a des conséquences que nous allons avoir. Alors, nous allons voir certains de ces risques qui sont liés à cette dissociation entre aspiration et réalité. Il y a d'abord les risques de frustration et de désillusion personnelle. C'est lié au fait que parfois les jeunes, lorsque les aspirations individuelles ne sont pas en phase avec les réalités du monde, il y a des difficultés à trouver un emploi stable ou bien un emploi bien rémunéré. Il y a également une perte de motivation face à des obstacles répétés, un sentiment d'échec malgré des efforts sincères. Autre risque, c'est le risque lié au chômage, avec des conséquences comme le chômage prolongé après l'obtention du diplôme, l'acceptation d'emplois précaires ou bien des emplois qui sont non qualifiés, qui ne sont pas décents, ou bien une perte de compétences spécifiques faute de pratiques professionnelles. On a également le gaspillage de ressources, la ressource temps, la ressource argent ou finances, et puis la ressource en forme d'énergie. Et là, on a un mauvais retour sur investissement, une dette étudiante difficilement remboursable, et on est obligé de redémarrer d'autres parcours qui parfois sont coûteux. Il y a l'inadéquation entre les compétences disponibles et les besoins économiques, en ce sens que dans certains secteurs, on voit une main-d'œuvre qui devient très rare. Il y a des essais de diplômés dans des secteurs qui sont totalement saturés et, comme nous le disons tout à l'heure, qui créent des chômages et des tensions sur l'emploi et un ralentissement de la compétitivité économique. Il y a également des difficultés à s'adapter à un monde de travail en mutation, avec des capacités d'adaptation vraiment très limitées. Au-delà de ces risques, il faut reconnaître qu'au niveau du système éducatif, il y a de véritables tensions qui peuvent se présenter. Et quand nous parlons de tensions structurelles au niveau du système éducatif, nous faisons allusion à des contradictions, à des déséquilibres ou bien à des conflits qui affectent le fonctionnement du système éducatif, qui affectent son efficacité ou bien son équité. Et il faut quand même dire que ces tensions varient selon les pays, selon les contextes, selon les attentes des acteurs éducatifs ou encore selon les mutations économiques et culturelles. Mais certaines tensions sont récurrentes, notamment équité ou excellence. Lorsqu'on se demande comment offrir à tous les élèves les mêmes chances de réussite, tout en valorisant l'excellence et les talents individuels. Et on voit alors que ça présente un risque d'un système qui va à deux vitesses. Au même moment, il y a les plus favorisés qui ont accès à de meilleures filières ou alors à de meilleurs établissements. Il y a la tension relative à la massification ou à la personnalisation. Nous parlons de plus en plus de démocratisation de l'éducation et ce qui conduit donc à une massification ou bien à une augmentation massive des élèves dans nos salles de classe. Mais au même moment, on demande que la pédagogie soit individualisée. Et ça pose parfois des problèmes de méthodes d'enseignement, de méthodes pédagogiques à utiliser ou à exploiter pour les enseignants. Nous avons d'autres tensions structurelles comme la centralisation ou l'autonomie. Doit-on laisser les établissements locaux dans cette flexibilité, faire donc s'adapter à leur réalité locale, ou bien on doit uniformiser les pratiques et autres, puisque nous parlons de l'égalité des programmes, mais au même moment, il y a des établissements qui veulent avoir une certaine autonomie pour faire autrement, pour faire autre chose que ce qui se passe. Il y a également des tensions liées à des théories ou à la pratique. Est-ce que nos programmes doivent être plus pratiques que théoriques, ou bien théoriques et pas pratiques? Surtout que de plus en plus, ou bien on dit souvent que nos programmes sont jugés trop académiques, éloignés des compétences métiers, des compétences professionnelles. Et ça entraîne, comme on le sait, une difficile insertion des sortants dans le monde du travail et surtout dans les filières générales. Nous avons aussi des tensions liées à la numérisation ou à la fracture numérique. Et pour voir si le développement du numérique dans l'éducation, même si on reconnaît qu'il est un levier de l'innovation, mais il accentue aussi les inégalités entre les élèves. L'inégalité en termes d'accès, par exemple, aux ressources numériques, en termes d'outils, en termes d'accompagnement et en termes de maîtrise de ces outils numériques. Donc, les tensions structurelles dans l'éducation influencent profondément les mécanismes d'orientation professionnelle des élèves, souvent en exacerbant les inégalités et en limitant la liberté réelle de choix. Elle déforme aussi le processus d'orientation en faisant de lui un outil de tri social plus qu'un levier d'épanouissement personnel et professionnel. Nous avons cité que quelques tensions, mais il y a des tensions liées par exemple au programme et au contenu d'enseignement, à l'évaluation.
Madame, on ne vous reçoit plus.
Ça ne va pas? C'est bon maintenant?
On ne vous reçoit pas.
Moi, je vous reçois très bien. Allô?
On ne vous reçoit plus. Est-ce que c'est question de réseau ou quoi?
Ça doit être une question de réseau. Sinon,
Ok,
moi, je
d'accord.
vous reçois bien.
On vous reçoit
C'est
maintenant.
OK. OK, donc nous disons qu'il y avait, j'étais sur les tensions structurelles. Allô?
Oui,
C'est bon maintenant?
oui, vous pouvez y aller. Ça va.
OK, j'étais sur les tensions structurelles. Et là, j'ai parlé des tensions liées à l'équité, à la massification ou personnalisation, à la centralisation. Et je disais aussi qu'il y a d'autres tensions, notamment les tensions liées au programme et au contenu, les tensions liées à l'évaluation, les tensions liées aux réformes même du système éducatif. Mais que dans tous les cas, ces différentes tensions constituent un peu également un blocage au processus d'orientation, dans la mesure où ça déforme souvent ce processus-là en faisant un outil de tri social plus qu'un levier d'épanouissement personnel et professionnel. Alors, j'espère que ça va. Vous
Ça
me
va très bien.
recevez?
C'est excellent.
OK, d'accord, merci.
Et
Nous allons aller
pardon, madame.
vers une symbiose.
Pardon,
Oui,
madame.
oui, je vous reçois.
On vous avait réservé 20 minutes et pouvez essayer de passer au point
D'aller
essentiel.
plus vite.
Ok.
D'accord. Donc, vers une symbiose, donc comme principe à retenir, et nous voyons alors que l'analyse des choix dans les parcours de formation-emploi des jeunes nous a révélé qu'il y a deux tendances. bien individuel que collectif. Et l'initiative d'accès à l'acquisition des compétences paraît individuelle, pendant que le développement des compétences, quant à elle, s'inscrit donc dans des projets publics destinés à une couverture sociétale étendue. Donc, il faut une résultante des aspirations individuelles et des besoins sociétaux. Les jeunes peuvent s'orienter vers des projets professionnels individuels, mais il faut aussi vérifier donc les exigences du marché du travail et les deux doivent aller de pair. Et pour le faire, l'orientation professionnelle ne doit pas être conçue uniquement comme un arbitrage entre un égoïsme individuel et l'utilité économique. Il faut donc former des citoyens capables de faire converger des il faut former des citoyens capables de faire converger donc leurs talents avec les enjeux de leur temps dans une logique d'impact partagé. En cela, les stratégies nationales d'orientation telles que souhaitées par les politiques publiques gagneraient à intégrer cette dimension holistique. Il ne suffit pas de promouvoir des formations dites rentables ou stratégiques, mais il convient aussi de créer des conditions pour que chaque jeune puisse se projeter dans une trajectoire où se conjugue épanouissement personnel et contribution sociétale, donc, et adaptabilité durable. Quelques exemples d'initiatives réussies, donc, il y a d'abord l'existence d'un dispositif d'orientation appuyé sur des données fiables telles que la carte des cartographies des métiers et avec l'appui de l'UEMOA, au Togo, nous avons un répertoire des métiers porteurs et de ces métiers, nous pouvons retenir par exemple les maintenanciers des appareils médicaux, l'électricien automaticien, le gestionnaire des collectivités locales. Nous avons également un Centre national d'information d'orientation scolaire et professionnelle. Ce centre existait depuis longtemps, mais à un moment donné était inactif. Alors, on a essayé de redynamiser le centre en formant de nouveaux conseillers d'orientation et en les déployant sur l'étendue du territoire. Et il a été également élaboré une politique d'orientation scolaire et professionnelle. Et un grand projet est en cours maintenant pour mettre dans chaque établissement secondaire d'enseignement général comme technique des cellules d'information et d'orientation. Nous avons également la mise en œuvre formelle de la formation en alternance. Il faut dire que c'est depuis 2002 que la loi d'orientation a prévu cela, mais il a fallu 2022 pour mettre cela en application. Et depuis 2022, systématiquement, les apprenants qui rentrent en formation professionnelle font l'alternance. Quand nous parlons d'alternance, nous faisons allusion à un temps en entreprise et un temps dans les entreprises. Mais il y a avant tout, avant de démarrer l'alternance, un temps d'immersion où ils font la découverte donc de leur métier, la découverte de leur formation. Il a été également institutionnalisé le placement systématique des apprenants de l'enseignement technique et de la formation professionnelle en stage. Et chaque apprenant fait au moins 2 mois de stage pendant les vacances. Et ces stages sont notés et les notes sont donc portées comme notes de jury pour chaque apprenant. Nous avons également les tournées de sensibilisation dans les collèges. Il y a l'ANPE qui fait ce genre de tournées de sensibilisation et d'orientation. Il y a les directions de formation également qui font cette tournée de sensibilisation et d'orientation. Nous avons le programme SO8 de YAS Togo, lancé également en 20 février 2025. Et il y a un des
On ne vous reçoit pas. Pardon, madame, on ne vous reçoit plus. Pardon? Vous êtes revenu?
Quelques témoignages.
Ok.
Il y a le témoignage d'Aïcha qui a dit que depuis toute petite, Aïcha, c'est une jeune femme de 19 ans, issue d'un quartier populaire de Lomé, la capitale du Togo. Depuis toute petite, elle rêve de devenir styliste, mais son père a voulu qu'elle soit infirmière. Elle a démarré pour faire plaisir à son papa les formations en soins infirmiers, mais elle ne se sentait pas très douée, elle n'est pas heureuse. Et du coup, aujourd'hui, elle a abandonné la formation, mais elle aime la couture, elle fait des croquis et elle vend des habits sur les réseaux sociaux. Elle se dit que ce n'est pas facile pour elle de trouver sa voie, mais elle essaie aujourd'hui de s'y faire. Et ce récit révèle donc la force de l'enjeu central de la conciliation. Est-ce qu'il faut renoncer à ses rêves pour faire plaisir à ses parents et autres? Nous avons également un autre témoignage, le témoignage de Komla, également toujours du Togo. Il dit qu'il était passionné par l'informatique et il ne savait pas par où commencer, mais il a eu la chance de bénéficier d'un programme de GIZ et de la RPE au Togo et il a intégré un centre de formation en codage. Aujourd'hui, il développe des applications pour des coopératives agricoles locales. Et comme là, avec 4 ans, et il dit qu'il n'a pas seulement un métier, mais un rôle dans le développement local. Nous voyons qu'au niveau du diplôme, c'est une aspiration individuelle réussie en connexion également avec le marché. Il y a également Christelle qui a fait également son témoignage et donc il y a beaucoup de témoignages qui démontrent de l'importance du soutien et de la conviction personnelle dans le choix des métiers. Quelques propositions concrètes donc. Il faut développer dans le système de formation une veille informationnelle par rapport aux défis et aux enjeux du monde, développer l'éducation à l'engagement dès le collège, organiser des rencontres entre jeunes et professionnels des métiers utiles, valoriser le TFP en améliorant l'image et la qualité des centres de formation. Si nous prenons par exemple le Togo, nous avons institué une semaine de l'ETFP. Nous avons fait la 4e édition cette année où on parle de la semaine de l'enseignement technique de la formation professionnelle où les apprenants essaient quand même de valoriser pour chacune des filières ce qui leur savoir-faire, leur créativité et autres. Et ils sont primés, mais au-delà, il y a tout ce qui est artistique également qui entoure parce que l'homme est un tout. Il faut également encourager les interventions de professionnels en classe et pour parler de métier et du parcours, créer surtout des passerelles assez souples entre formation générale, technique et professionnelle, rendre flexibles les programmes de formation adaptés aux réalités de l'emploi, encourager l'entrepreneuriat des jeunes, favoriser le développement des compétences transversales, notamment les compétences personnelles, les compétences sociales qui vont s'associer maintenant aux compétences métiers, aux compétences académiques, élaborer une stratégie d'orientation professionnelle pour un accompagnement plus judicieux des jeunes et créer un peu partout des centres d'orientation, des cellules d'orientation, ce que le Togo veut expérimenter très bientôt. Alors, en conclusion, nous voulons dire que l'orientation professionnelle doit être conçue comme un processus d'accompagnement éclairé fondé sur l'écoute des jeunes, sur la projection et sur une responsabilité partagée. Elle doit guider chacun de nos pas vers un emploi type et également vers une voie où l'apprenant ou bien où le jeune pourra s'accomplir tant en tant qu'acteur utile à la société. Et c'est à cette seule condition, celle d'un équilibre entre liberté de choisir et responsabilité d'agir, que l'orientation pourra pleinement contribuer à l'édification d'une société inclusive, durable et résolument tournée vers l'humain. Construire cette vision, c'est la tâche commune qui incombe aux États, mais pas seulement aux États, aux éducateurs, aux entreprises, aux familles et aux jeunes eux-mêmes. Donc, c'est une approche holistique que nous devons utiliser, une alliance multipartite pour laquelle nous devons œuvrer pour donner aux générations futures la possibilité de bâtir des existences à la fois libres, utiles et épanouies. Je vous remercie. J'ai dépassé un peu le temps et je présente toutes mes excuses.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Kaï, pour cette belle intervention qui a focalisé sur les aspirations des jeunes et le marché du travail dans les formations.
Merci.
Oui, qu'on applaudisse pour vous. C'est une belle occasion pour l'audience de poser des questions. La plupart des gens, 2 questions. We'll give you opportunity to ask 2 questions. Je vais tenter d'interpréter de l'anglais en français et vous allez y répondre. Merci.
D'accord.
Yeah. Dear audience, this is your opportunity to ask some questions to the keynote speaker. Yeah. We have Damien, then Dean. Je préfère quelques questions. Yeah. Try to be brief.
Merci beaucoup, madame, de votre
Je vous en prie.
présentation très impressionnante. Je voudrais vous demander si dans votre pays, il y a le service d'orientation, bien de guidance et counseling qui puisse aider les jeunes à bien être orientés dès le bas âge. Puisque ici, chez nous, ce service n'est pas, on peut dire qu'il n'y est pas. Et les enfants ne trouvent pas des informations qui leur permettent de choisir en connaissance de ce qu'ils choisissent. Et quelques-uns trouvent des difficultés lorsqu'ils se retrouvent dans des professions qu'ils ont choisies, mais avec peu d'informations. Et ils regrettent donc.
Thank you very much. Damian is asking if in Togo there is a career guidance service which orients the young people to their jobs. Yeah, thank you.
Ok, merci. Je peux répondre, s'il vous plaît?
Monsieur Innocent, Dr. Innocent.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je crois que moi-même, je vais m'exprimer en français. Madame, merci beaucoup pour votre exposé qui est pertinent et à la fois d'actualité parce que il est actuel. Il aborde, l'exposé a abordé en fait les problématiques actuelles que nous vivons au quotidien dans nos institutions, dans nos pays respectifs. Donc merci pour le sujet. Bien sûr, comme vous le dites, il faut parvenir à marier, à concilier les 2 dimensions, les besoins individuels, les aspirations individuelles et les aspirations sociétales, ce qui n'est pas toujours évident, ce n'est pas toujours facile. Donc je suis d'accord avec vous. Peut-être que le problème serait sur le plan d'implementation, sur le plan de mise en œuvre de la stratégie. vous avez mentionné une série de stratégies incluant, par exemple, la sensibilisation rapprochée. Vous avez mentionné, vous avez même donné des témoignages, des cellules de sensibilisation et d'orientation professionnelle. J'aimerais savoir ce que vous pensez de la relation qui doit être établie entre le niveau national, le niveau macro et le niveau micro, si vous me permettez l'expression. Donc, au niveau, puisque maintenant nous sommes dans la capacitation des éducateurs pour préparer leurs étudiants, quel, d'après vous, devrait être le rôle au niveau micro, au niveau des institutions, même au niveau de la classe? Qu'est-ce que vous croyez que devrait être le rôle en fait des éducateurs au niveau de la classe? Est-ce que vous croyez que, par exemple, les enseignants pourraient jouer un rôle dans ce processus d'orientation de leurs étudiants? Est-ce que vous croyez que donc cette relation, la relation entre le niveau macro et le niveau micro, parce que des fois, on se contente de donner de bonnes idées, de bons plans, mais au niveau de la mise en œuvre, au niveau micro, au niveau de l'école, au niveau de la classe, ça pose problème. Donc, ça reste au niveau, dans les bureaux, quoi. Donc, j'aimerais que vous disiez votre idée là-dessus. Merci beaucoup.
Okay. Dr. Innocent is asking how what should be done at the macro and micro level for educators. Madame, vous allez réagir à ces deux questions brièvement.
Ok, merci. Merci beaucoup. Oui, au Togo, il existe, c'est la question d'abord de M.
Le son.
Damien. Au Togo, il existe un service d'orientation.
Le son.
Le son est là. Ou bien, ça va maintenant?
Ça va très bien.
Ok. Je disais donc au Togo, il existe un service d'orientation que nous appelons Centre national d'information et d'orientation scolaire et professionnelle, CENIOPS. Ce centre existe. Ce centre avait beaucoup travaillé dans l'orientation des jeunes. À un moment donné, il y avait eu un problème de personnel au niveau de ce centre et ils étaient restés un peu inactifs. Et depuis pratiquement 6 ans maintenant, on a essayé de redynamiser, de remobiliser ce centre en lançant un concours et en formant beaucoup de conseillers d'orientation qu'on a déployés dans les différentes régions du territoire. Donc, ce centre existe. Maintenant, on voit que parfois, c'est compliqué pour ce centre également fait des sensibilisations dans les collèges et tout en cycle d'orientation. Chez nous, c'est les classes de 4e et de 3e pour initier les jeunes ou bien informer les jeunes sur les différents métiers possibles et en lien avec leurs compétences, en lien avec leurs besoins individuels. Mais il n'est pas rare de constater que les jeunes font parfois fi de tout ce que ce centre fait et de tout ce que nous faisons au niveau des directions également, parce que mon papa m'a dit de faire telle chose ou bien moi, c'est ce que j'aime et que je veux faire. Donc, le centre existe et on sait que le travail doit continuer pour pouvoir donc amener les jeunes à aller vers donc ces métiers ou bien à s'intéresser à ce que leur propose également ces services d'orientation. Monsieur Innocent aimerait savoir comment on peut concilier le macro et le micro. Parce que c'est vrai, on a parlé de beaucoup de stratégies et tout, et ça là, c'est dans les bureaux. Mais au niveau micro, en salle de classe, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? Je peux dire que nous, au Togo, nous avons des clubs. Nous avons plusieurs clubs et dans ces clubs, on essaie également, en dehors de tout ce qui peut faire comme activité extrascolaire, il y a des temps où on essaie de sensibiliser. Cette année, par exemple, pour l'enseignement technique, il y a un coach qui a parcouru tous les établissements publics d'enseignement technique pour des sensibilisations. C'est un coach scolaire et professionnel pour des sensibilisations quant aux critères de choix d'un métier, par exemple. Il a fait et ça a également porté. Il y a également une initiative de formation de courte durée que nous expérimentons depuis bientôt 3 ans, où c'est avec certes l'appui du FNAPP, le Fonds national d'apprentissage et de perfectionnement, où les jeunes qui se retrouvent désorientés à un moment donné peuvent revenir en formation de courte durée dans un métier porteur, mais de leur choix. Donc, nous donnons les métiers porteurs, les jeunes s'inscrivent, on fait le tri, on fait la sélection et on les forme pour des formations de courte durée. Voilà un peu ce que nous pouvons dire que nous sommes en train de faire. Et comme je l'ai dit également, le projet est là. On a démarré jusqu'à un niveau, mais il reste la formation. Et on veut créer maintenant dans chaque établissement des cellules d'orientation. L'objectif est que lorsqu'ils seront là sur place dans l'établissement, ils peuvent directement, les élèves peuvent directement ou plus facilement les approcher ou interagir avec les élèves dans les salles de classe. Cela n'empêche pas que nous sensibilisons les enseignants également à, dans les classes également, à parfois parler un peu de métier porteur, parler un peu des aspirations individuelles. Le travail est toujours là. On n'a pas dit qu'on a totalement réussi, mais ce sont des initiatives qui permettent de voir que les gens ont commencé par s'intéresser un peu au métier porteur, ou bien reconnaître ou concilier un peu ce qu'ils ont comme aspiration et les métiers possibles qui peuvent aller avec ces aspirations-là. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, madame. C'était vraiment un plaisir de vous avoir dans cette matinée qu'on applaudisse pour vous. A round of applause.
Merci beaucoup.
OK. Il y a un Dr. Pascazi. Madame, on vous a prévu un cadeau spécial pour cette journée.
Wow.
En reconnaissance
Merci.
de tout ce que vous venez de nous donner comme savoir et savoir être et faire. Très bien été avec des exemples du Togo. Mais si j'aimerais demander à Dr. Pascazi de nous amener, de nous apporter le cadeau qui a été prévu, qui vous sera reçu par Prof. Irénée. C'est Irénée qui va vous le transmettre. Okay. Il va s'arranger à tout prix pour que vous receviez ce cadeau. Merci.
OK, merci beaucoup. Merci pour le cadeau.
Merci, bonne journée.
Merci, bonne journée à vous aussi.
Yeah, we are so grateful for her valuable contribution and for sharing her expertise on career guidance with us. And I believe we have acquired great lessons from her speech. So without any delay, we are now at the time of calling our panelists. Let us now welcome our panelist and moderator who are going to discuss on an important topic related to what the keynote speaker has just discussed, entitled Career Guidance for the Future, Balancing Individual Aspirations and Societal Needs. I'm honored to welcome the moderator, Associate Professor Eugene Dabaga, from the University of Rwanda-College of Education. A round of applause as he gets his seat. Joining him in this important conversation are the following distinguished panelists. We have Mr. Amosi Fitundinda from Rwanda Development Board. Could you please come and take up your seat? We have Associate Professor Jory Rubagiza from University of Rwanda-College of Arts and Social Science. Could you please come and join the panelists? We have Associate Professor Ruthie Wanjau from Kenyatta University. Could you please join others? We have Professor Nkobi Pansiri, sorry if I'm mentioning the name wrongly, from the University of Botswana. Could you please come up? We have Engineer Paul Mukunzi, Director General, Rwanda TVET Board. We are glad to have you here with us. Without any further delay, I now invite Associate Professor Eugene Dabaga, the moderator of this session, to begin. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Today's MC, and I do believe, first of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all of protocols observed. Before we start navigating through these wonderful discussions, I want to assure you that the best was kept for the last. Because having this discussion on balancing individual aspiration and the societal needs is very, very critical. And by the way, it goes beyond TVET. This is an issue of ego or individual personal development, whereby there seems to be a kind of struggle, what my society wants and what do I want as an individual. So that kind of struggle needs to be very well navigated through and very well understood by our students. Because above all, remember, we are empowering educators to prepare students for the complex challenges. And nothing more complex than fulfilling personal needs and societal needs. It's a big struggle. So with that, we are very much privileged to have these highly experienced people to take us through that struggle and see how far we can empower our young people and our educators tomorrow to avoid any kind of complex in the midst of personal fulfillment and societal fulfillment. And of course, in a special, I have to highly recognize and appreciate Director General of TVET to be with us today. No any other person will be highly demanded to be here with us than him. Of course, being the steward of this TVET ship to sail effectively. So please, you are very much welcome to be with us today. Of course, I have to welcome all the panelists around. I mention their names when each one's time comes around. I guess that would be better to remember the name and the link or align the name with the responses rather than mentioning their names now. And human as we are, or some of us we are, we end up forgetting the names. But when I mention the name, and then I go up to the question, I guess it will be very easy to remember. Now, in the first place, as I've talked about societal needs versus personal aspirations, as our theme dictates, I have to be very thankful to our keynote speaker today, who has articulated very well the key issues within this struggle. She has mentioned about 5 critical things that really touched my understanding. For those who are excellent and experts in French like me, I guess you got the gist of her presentation. The first one that touched me is the issue of individual versus societal contribution or needs. This fits well with another point she mentioned, the struggle between personal dreams and useful concern. Then the theory versus practice. Now, these points take us to the very crucial thing whereby it's very common to try and emphasize one side of the coin. We know very well how wonderful TVET is, but educators, empowering educators, at times we tend to be one-sided by emphasizing one side of the coin, the importance of TVET. But then remember, there is a personal need and there is a societal need. So for us as educators, how do we balance the two? Because if we don't do that, we may end up getting the trap of forgetting the knowledge part of, the theoretical part of it. And I strongly believe that there is no practice without theory. Therefore, I expect our panelists to try whatever they possibly can in their few limited time to try to take us through what we can do to balance this. As you have all of us been listening to different speeches, there are a number of issues or keywords that I've mentioned. In terms of the era of today that is marked by technological change, shifting labor markets and ambitions, national development goals, the importance of effective career guidance has never been more urgent. And if has never been more urgent, then what about today? What should we do? And as societies seek to achieve sustainable development, while younger people aspire to pursue fulfilling and meaningful careers, we face central questions below. Now, listen to those keywords. Younger people willing to achieve sustainable development, while younger people aspire to pursue their own life. So how do we balance? How do we strike a balance between what individuals dream of becoming and what society actually needs? That's what I call a struggle. Yes, the government, that's why I strongly recognize and am very happy about the presence of the Director General of TVET Board, but then we need that balance to avoid some kind of misunderstanding and bias to other parts of knowledge. Therefore, our panel today will explore the delicate balance, examining how career guidance can be reshaped. Listen to that beautiful word, reshaped. It's already shaped, but as we know, education is a process, is not an end. You learn until you go to the four-cornered house while still learning. So how do we shape this understanding of TVET? We are privileged to be with, as I mentioned, people with a lot of experience in this area, and so we expect to learn a lot from you. With that, let me now go to individual beloved panelists and have 2 questions for you, unfortunately, to be answered in only 6 minutes. Each question carries 3 minutes. Don't worry, doesn't carry marks. It carries 3 minutes, each question. And I believe pedagogically, I should ask one question so that I don't confuse you. But I cut you short so that I give you the second one. So, let me be happy to start with Mr. Amos Fitundinda. Now, Mr. Amos, I want you to briefly but categorically take us through to what extent should individual career aspirations be guided or influenced by national development priorities and labor markets trends. Listen to those. Development priorities, national and labor market trends. Remember the personal part of it. So take us through that, Amos. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Eugene. Maybe a little correction on where I belong. I'm not in Rwanda Development Board. I'm in the Ministry of Public Service and Labor. Recently, we were shifted to Ministry of Public Service and Labor from RDB, but we still have the same functions as Chief Skills Office. So that's a little correction I wanted to make. Straight to what you have asked. To what extent does the individual aspiration and societal needs can influence career guidance? First of all, I need to highlight that while individual aspirations are good, and together with national or society issues, the individual aspirations they are not in a vacuum. So you have to look at the two sides. Yes, my individual aspirations as a person, but what about the society? So to what extent should they be influenced? To a certain extent, they should be influenced by society. Why? There are global agendas, there are national agendas. These affect employability. For instance, we have NST2, we have Vision 2050. We have goals that are in NST2. If you are to guide a student right now, there are certain goals that the country needs that are going to stretch from last year up to 2029. If you don't guide this student who is coming up in this period, this person will focus on his passion or her passion, but will not look at the national agenda. What happens next? We find that the employment that this person may get throughout of his passion may not be sustainable. So you have to guide this person that here are national agenda, here is the national agenda, which must be balanced with individual aspirations.
Good. You have already mentioned the word, we should guide students. And that smoothly phases into the next question. How can government agencies to which you belong, universities and labor market institutions collaborate more effectively to provide the dynamics and the relevant career guidance?
Again, I want to thank you for that question. Now, the universities, here are actually three parties. We have the skills providers, we have the industry, and we have now the student. They should work hand in hand. But principally, before you get to the student and to guide him, how does the skills providers, the higher learning institutions, the training, the academia, how are they collaborating with the industry to know what the industry needs are? There is a whole value chain of capacity building or training, from curriculum design, review, development, there is training, there is even assessment. How do the two, the industry, collaborate with the academia? Do the academia know what the industry needs are for now and even in the future? Now, if they are to collaborate and they are in tandem, then they will respond to what the student or the person needs for now and even in the future. Because the future skills needs will be addressed by reflecting to what the industry needs are, and that's what the academia or the skills providers are going to put in place. And the smooth collaboration, meaning that the industry has to be involved in all those various steps I have mentioned, will mean that the students who are being given these skills will be having the real practical skills, the hands-on skills that the society or the industry needs. Second point, I know there is time element, but the government, on the government of this government side, we need to provide information towards that. Practically, I need to mention that Ministry of Public Service and Labor has a digital portal called Labor Market Information System. Can we have a reference to that and know what the industry needs are? We carry out frequently graduate tracer studies to come to know what are the learning outcomes of the university graduates and even TVET students. Do we know that information? So that this is the very information that is going to be given to the students and guide them where the skills demanded are. We also have the state of skills demand and supply surveys that we often carry out. It's normally done on a 2-yearly basis. That kind of information is needed for the academia. It is also needed for the students to know where they should go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amos. I do believe that now researchers no excuse. You have known where to find the data. Then you can argue on the evidence-based. So please wake up. Now, let me go now to my dear sister, Professor Jole Rubagiza. As I said, the gist of these discussions rotates around national goals and personal aspirations. So I would ask you, my dear, how can career guidance balance the growing demand for self-fulfillment, a very critical word, self-fulfillment, and passion with the need for national economic transformation? But let your focus be on gender perspective.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everyone, and good morning. That is the question you ask, and what we've been discussing here is really very critical. I see 3 areas, as we've been saying. There is the passion or personal fulfillment that we would want from life as students or young people. And then, of course, there is the national priorities, which is very key, as Amos has been elaborating for us. Then I see, of course, the gender dynamics, from what you have asked me to focus on. We know that young people now are very much interested in following their passion, or there is this aspiration of really wanting to be what you were. But then there is also this requirement that we need, that our nation maybe has. We have priorities. There is a lot of focus on STEM and green energy and all these things that we see that are really crucial for national development. So how do we really bring that to balance? But then we see that with the gender dynamics, young women or girls continue to face a challenge even to fulfill, whether it comes to their passion or fulfillment. There is this, it's not easy for them to first of all, even to balance between the national, if we look at the national priorities, as I was saying, they focus on STEM, there is this disparity that we see for girls to join STEM subjects because of, again, the gender dynamics that have to do with access and participation in such areas. When it comes to personal fulfillment, again, we know that the challenges that women face in terms of aspiring or having to fulfill their personal needs or passions, because of, again, they are at the center of being the family people, carers of our nation and societies. So that becomes really challenging for them in the way they can, whether it comes to fulfilling their personal needs or passions in terms of career development, and when it comes to national needs, again, there is all that challenge. We see gender really playing a very big part. And I think what we can do is to ensure that we have a gender perspective in career development when we are guiding students. I don't know, in Amos, maybe in MIFOTRA, or the Ministry of Public Service, if this perspective is also, as we try to look at what is happening. Of course, I'm very sure there is getting all this information and having gender disaggregated data, which is very, very important, so that we can see where the trends are and how the female students or the young women are faring.
Wonderful, fantastic. That is very good. Actually, as the adage goes, great minds think alike. That's why the next question will be easier for you, because to a certain level, Amos has talked about it. We want to ask you, Professor Jole, what role can research and data play in informing evidence-based career guidance programs across educational levels?
Yeah, I'm glad that Amos touched on it. Of course, research is very important for us to understand even these trends and what is happening, whether it is in terms of gender. We need really research, we need data, because we cannot make decisions out of just thinking or without good evidence. So research is very important, whether it comes to identifying whether we have gender disparities or other forms of disparities as we see. We know that there is a lot that research can bring out in terms of socioeconomic trends or other vulnerabilities, people with disabilities, or gender disparities. And this can help us to make decisions on where to orient or where to focus. As he has been saying, they are doing tracer studies. Those are very key. They come out of research. And any other information that we can get, of course, through evidence-based research is very important to make these good decisions and to know where to focus, as I was saying.
Thank you so much, Jole, for that excellent response to the both questions. Now, I'm very happy now to turn to Professor Nkobi for again the two questions that carry each one 3 minutes, not max. And the first question, actually, it's good it has gone to the professor, because it goes beyond just work as work. There is some kind of psychological balance and I'm sure the professor will find it as a smooth game. What are the consequences of ignoring labor market needs in favor of purely individual career preferences, both for individual and for society? As I said at the beginning, there is that tendency of ignoring or going one-sided. So, Professor, take us through that.
Thank you, moderator, and good morning, colleagues. Now, to answer your question, I want to, first of all, position this conference to the African agenda and understanding Africa in three periods: pre-colonial Africa, colonial Africa, and post-colonial Africa. And saying the consequences of ignoring market or labor needs can be very severe. We must appreciate that we are in this post-colonial period where as we think of the consequences now, we must also think of the consequences of not understanding who we are, because our cultural identity as individuals and as individual students and youth is very important. It is the one that will also help you to determine the positive and negative consequences of ignoring the market needs against the societal needs. Our society at the moment, in terms of the African agenda, for example, is struggling to redefine ourselves, who we are, what works for us, what worked for us, what best can we reclaim. But at the same time, we want to say, as individuals, we want to fit into the Africa of today and also into the global, space. And we prepare our students also to get two things together: fitting into the global space, at the same time remaining understanding who we are. That is very important. In our education system, as we think of cultural identity and sustainable development, must pin us to these two issues: understanding ourselves and also fit into the sustainable development goals with this understanding of balancing the two. Nothing to ignore, but appreciating who we are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that response. I'm sure Professor Son, my dean, if he is listening to me, I'm sure you are happy, because yesterday you asked a question very related to that we tend to ignore some of our cultural matters, including the languages, local languages, when they're all adulterated and nobody talks about it, and then we lose who we are. I think, Innocent, you are very happy now that Professor has touched that somehow. Then the next question, Prof, is that how can career guidance be made more inclusive of students from rural or underserved or marginalized communities?
Again, starting from the last word, marginalized communities, which is really is an African. The Africa we know has not been a marginalizing society. But now, because we want to build a new culture that fits into the present world, it goes without saying that we must begin training, guidance, and counseling, not at tertiary level. Let's start right lower there, at basic education levels. At actually pre-primary education, we should start teaching education that makes best fits for our generations. There is, as we reshape our education system, we should also want to say, well, let's start where it really matters, where things can get better understood, can better get reinterested into the learners. So the pre-primary up to basic education program, let's bring in guidance there and teach the who we are, teach the kind of Africa that we need, and prepare them so that when they go into the global world, they don't lose that which makes them who they are. They don't get absorbed and totally lose everything about themselves and become something else. They should go into this other world and also resist losing the Africanity that we are. So guidance and counseling, in my view, should just start there, and we should develop our teacher trainees, our educators. They should know where to start and how to gradually take it through, and how to make our learners strong enough to remain who they are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Professor. That is very excellent to remind us that we should be who we are, not to be people we are not, just for the sake of fitting to the so-called global village. So, now let me go now to our beloved Professor Wanjau Ruth. And you follow the same rules of 3 minutes per question. How are global and regional economic shifts like digitalization, automation, and green transitions reshaping the future of work in Africa?
Thank you and good morning to all. Yes, there is a lot of change in work life. There is a lot of change in the jobs that we have always known. And this is courtesy of digitalization, automation, and the green transition. It is said that by the end of 2030, Africa workforce will be the largest in the world, and we'll be having around 1 billion people. And these are the people then who are going to fit in the jobs then that we're talking about. And if we look at the digitalization, we can see there is a lot to learn from. In Kenya, we have an M-Pesa, and I know it is known all over the world. And this one has really changed our economy. Actually, 30% of our GDP is through M-Pesa transactions. But then, our neighbor, all our Nigerian partners, they also have the fintech. And I know many others are on the way coming. And then we are saying, these our youths, these our students that we are training, they are well talented, they have skills, they have information, they have knowledge, and using the digital world, they are able to connect with the rest of the world. So they are working from home. There are those who are earning even more than you and me, courtesy of digitalization. And then when we come to automation, we all know that the normal industrial path requires a lot of repetitive activities. And those are the activities that have been taken over by the automation. And then we are asking, is it a loss or a gain? The question is no. It is not a loss, it is a gain. Because then we are being challenged as educators to come up with ways of upskilling our learners with skills, and not just upskilling, but also reskilling them with the skills that are needed. Because again, the service sector is increasing in Africa, is increasing at 5% annually. And coming to the green transition, we all know about our continent. We are gifted, and gifted very, very well. We have solar, and actually 60% of world's best solar resources are found in Africa. Can we tap into those ones, and ensure that our learners, our colleagues are well equipped to engage in solar or jobs that are dealing with solar energy?
Lovely, lovely. That's excellent. And the next question, I strongly believe that everybody here is here because of the love of academic. So the next question to you, Prof, is going to cut across everybody who's here. Time for everybody to learn. What innovative models or practices have shown success in aligning career guidance with both the learners' needs and societal goals?
Thank you very much. I'm happy because educators and researchers are always on the move, coming up with new practices, new models that can be able to shift with the changing times. And one such model is the peer learning network. This is a network whereby the peers who are well equipped with knowledge then teach their fellow peers, and then it is cascaded down. We move down to the community hub. An example is the Ajira, which is a program that is offered in Kenya, and it has helped over 500,000 youths to get jobs, online jobs. And if we can, and they work from home, again, from the comfort of their home. Again, how about the industrial embedment? Yes, we have talked about the skills. Our learners, in tandem with all the knowledge that we are equipping them with, the skills that we are equipping them with, are they in tandem with the industrial requirements? Yes, and borrowing from this, if we can borrow from the Tibet, 70% is recommended to be in the industry, and then 30% is what is in the classroom. But if we could start that right from nursery school, I've seen some countries like China. You see what the pre-primary students are doing, and you compare it with what our students are doing in Africa, and it is pathetic. And we need to run, we need to wake up as educators, and we are calling for capacity building. We need to be capacity build. Yes, because some of us may not be very, very competent with that. Again, we are also talking of there is also the issue of, this other one is the career pathway. Again, the Tibet. In our country, we are telling our learners, yes, you never made it to the university, but you can start with a certificate, move on. That is the Village Youth Polytechnic. They move on to the Technical Vocational College. They move on to the Polytechnic, and then they move on to the Technical University. So you find somebody who had been thrown away by the area regime, the area curricula. Now they have an opportunity of becoming who God created them to be.
Excellent, excellent. I think now Engineer Paul Mukunzi, Director General of TVD Board, you can see why I deliberately made you the last, so that you can listen to any panelist, how they understand your work. Now, your road will be very smooth to talk about the following questions. Question number 1 goes, what roles do TVET, higher education, and private sector partnerships play in aligning career pathways with economic trends?
Good. Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Thank you to everyone. So I first of all wanted to express really my gratitude of being here. Especially, I'm so thankful to everyone who has had an idea of organizing such a forum, because I have never been in a conference of this kind where universities, researchers, professors, and academicians are discussing and talking about TVET. This is really amazing. I'm so grateful to everyone.
Wonderful, yeah. Wonderful.
And again, career guidance has been, for us who are in TVET, career guidance has been one of the toughest and the most challenging struggle we have been fighting. And this is because our history, our historical background was like TVET is meant for those ones who are not talented, who have failed other course of academic pathways. And the message we have been giving to our kids, the message our parents have been giving to us was like, son, you have to go to school, you have to work hard, you have to get a degree, you have to go and look for a nice white-collar job, you earn a good salary, and you live a decent life. Now we are coming from another perspective, and we are telling the young people, the labor market has changed. Jobs have been displaced. Knowledge is no longer enough. You need skills. You need to work with your hands. And the end result is not necessary to find a job and to earn a salary. You can also become an entrepreneur, and you can make money work for you. This is a totally different message. And there is always fight against the history we have had before, the current situation, and what we are really looking for, especially when we fight for the success of our young people. And what we have learned in the way, on this way is like, if we really want to align our career pathways with economic trends, the key success factor is to collaborate, the collaboration between academia and industry. So the private sector needs really to be or to play a central role in defining what we teach and how we teach and what we did and how we prepare our young people to enter the labor market. So the failure we have had since our colonial time was like the academia was this side and the industry was this side, and you understand how sad it is for young people to spend 3, 4, 5 years in an academic system and to graduate and to find themselves on the labor market. They are no longer needed. There is nothing they can do. They have just wasted their time, and all they have is a piece of paper which just describes their historical background, but it has nothing to do with what is required on the labor market. It's quite a challenge.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm very happy with the words you have used, that today the white-collar jobs are less and less. Therefore, you need people who can create their own jobs. He has not used the word importance, because the moment you start using such words, you are becoming a judge, which in the end confuses people or makes it imbalanced and unfair. So thank you so much, Engineer Director General. Then the last question to you, what policy, this is a very easy question because you may already have it or have it in plan. What policy reforms are needed to integrate career guidance meaningfully into a national education system?
Yeah, thank you very much. In my understanding, I feel like there are 3 things that we need to do and to regulate them through viable policies. One of them is, of course, to have systems of talent detections and career guidance reflected in a policy which is to be implemented starting from the most basic levels of our education system. So that is very important. And secondly, we need to make sure that there is clear collaboration between all levels of our educational systems. Collaboration between basic education and higher education, technical education, and general education, such a way that we can articulate clear vertical and horizontal mobility pathways. And these mobility pathways need to be communicated to young people so that as they enter our educational system, they are informed of the career they can choose and the educational pathways they have to follow. And lastly, I feel like, and I have been really trying to advocate for this, so we need to change the teaching profession and regulate it in a different way. So I believe that in the current world of work, in the current situation that we are, I believe that a teacher should be a professional teaching what they do and what they are. If I'm an entrepreneurship teacher, I have to be a successful entrepreneur. I have to be a CEO. If I'm teaching laws, I should be a lawyer. If I'm teaching software development, I should be a software developer. Therefore, I can teach, I can coach, I can mentor, and I can really provide real career guidance services. Thank you.
Thank you so much, engineer. And that's wonderful ideas that were gathering since morning. Now, last but not the least, this question will be answered by every panelist. But this time, not 3 minutes. This time, just 1 minute, because the answer is just one phrase. If you had the chance to advise a room full of applicants, not full of academicians, full of applicants to higher education programs, what one piece of guidance would you give them to help navigate their career paths in a rapidly changing world? I'll start with the Amos. If the question is long, I can repeat it. Should I? Or you have already got it?
Maybe I need to ask you, limited to one phrase, one word?
One piece of advice.
Because it could be hard actually to answer that.
I
But
know.
I think I would say balancing the two sides of coin which you mentioned, society needs and the individual passion, because they both play what motivates the person to what this person will be in the future.
Excellent, excellent. Prof. Jole?
Thank you. I think I would tell them that this is the beginning of learning, and learning will continue, and they shouldn't think that the degree they get or the program they are joining will be the end of learning. They should keep looking to gain other soft skills, and particularly to the women or young women or young girls who are aspiring to join university programs, I would say to believe in themselves and keep going and have their voice to be heard as they can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can start with our audience here. You can count how many ladies you have. Then you can start with them. Thank you so much. Now let's go to Professor Ngowi.
Yes, to an applicant, look for what is best for you and best for society. Always remember, but I'm an African.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Okay, thank you. I would challenge them to come up with solutions to challenges facing the world, and starting with themselves, their communities, their universities, and then ask them what solutions then do you have for these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Engineer?
Yes, I think I will tell them that the world is changing. And whatever choice they have to make for their future career, they should not take reference to their historical background, to the careers of their parents or relatives. They should look at the current technological development at the labor market and make the right choice. Thank you.
Wonderful. Please, before you summarize, give them a strong round of applause. This has been a very, very enriching session. And I've learned 3 words. Number 1, or phrases, if I may call it. They all come to the issue of balancing national interest and personal interest, or what you call aspirations, which is wonderful. Number two, be aware that the jobs are few. The world has changed. Therefore, dance to the tune of the world. Lastly, whatever you do, remain who you are. Don't become anything you'll never become. So thank you so much, dear panelists. This has been a great moment to have you. We know how much busy you were. In spite of that, you gave us this time. And we read on behalf of my principal, on behalf of my convener, I'm very grateful to have chaired this session. Thank you so much.
Round of applause to our great panelists and moderators. So we are just going to take a few questions, around 2 questions. Yeah, preferably from a lady and a male.
Good morning. My name is Ignace Gatare. I'm the principal of the College of Science and Technology, University of Rwanda. So I have just, I want to thank the panelists for the great conversation. I would like to direct my question to Paul Mukunzi. So he mentioned a very important point. I think it's also touched on by some of the panelists, the role of the industry, the collaboration between the academia and the industry. So my question is very simple, but requires a lot of reflection also. We know that industry, though it may be willing to participate in the training and education, they have some constraints in terms of their own interests and focus on their business. What is your thoughts about the best strategy for we educators to create more incentive for them to feel interested or motivated to come and participate in the education endeavor? Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a question. Any other question from the audience? One more question, or if there's no any other question, then we can give time to answer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Principal, for this so nice question. Actually, we have been struggling to bring the private sector on board to work together with us as we develop skills. As you rightly said, their best interest is to make money. Every second is used to make money. But there are some researches which show that if any business is thinking of its long-term sustainability, they need to also invest in skills development and upskilling. And we have been showing them, like, whatever we are doing as the academia, we are trying to prepare for the future of their industry, for their future success. And if they don't help us, at the end, their businesses will collapse because there will be nobody to do the job the way they want the job to be done. So it is in their own interest, and you give them right to be the one dictating what we should be teaching in such a way that we can respond to their future needs. So, and it's a kind of a mindset shift. Because at the beginning, we have been even thinking of giving them some monetary incentives, so in such a way that they can collaborate. But we have realized that this is not a sustainable way of really creating sustainable linkages between academia and industry. And then we opted for dialogues and trying to explain to them, if we work together, this is for the best of your companies, this is for the future of your companies, and the little money you feel like you can make today will be even much more if you invest in education, because your businesses will succeed for long and long and long. So, and this has kind of been a kind of a game changer, but of course we are still looking at policy level to see, some countries are doing it, to see if there can be some other incentives in terms of taxes exemption for those ones who are really actually contributing to skills development. So I cannot say that we have a final solution, but it is still a journey and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director General Tiveti. I'm sure we have learned a lot from his discussion. So, Prof. Ndabaga.
MC, give us just a few seconds. I think a word to a wise is enough. There is somebody who has heard that wonderful question from our principal CST and a wonderful response from Engineer Paul, and that caused some kind of anxiety to add on something small. And nobody else, apart from the one who is in charge of that. Amos?
Thank you so much, moderator. Just want to supplement by telling you the current initiatives towards that by government. You probably must have heard of professional bodies and also sector skills councils. The sector skills councils, if I may emphasize on that, are a triple helix model partnership between academia, industry, and government. And there is no other way you can bring in the industry rather than having them in that kind of model. They bring what their needs are, present them to the academia, and the government will facilitate in making policies that are favorable both for the academia and for the industry. So 6 of them have already been established in finance, in manufacturing, in agriculture, in tourism and hospitality, and in mining. I think I've not forgotten any other. So these ones, they have drawn participants, the council members from College of, for instance, Infrastructure has members from Rwanda Polytechnic, they have members from Rwanda TVET Board, and members from College of Science and Technology, so is mining, and the industry practitioners. So these ones, when they are brought on board in one accord, they will answer what each side will need. That is the demand side and the supply side. Thank you.
Fantastic. And summary, that's the gist of the conference. Deans who are here, career guidance, registrars, you have heard where to contact for your students. Thank you so much. Back to MC, your job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. Can I request the moderator to lead the team so that you can stand in front, and then we provide a gift of gratitude for the contribution that you have done in this conference. You're welcome. Can we request Prof. Wenceslas to come forward and hand over the gift to Amos? Thank you so much. Next, can we request Prof. Muhire to get up and give a gift to Prof. Jody Rubagiza? Thank you so much. Can we request Dr. Vin? Remain in front. Remain, please. Yes. Dr. Delphine, please, can you move forward and provide a gift to Ruth, Professor Ruth? And then you remain standing. Yes. Thank you so much. Then can we request Prof. Jacques is around? Prof. Jacques is not around. Okay. Can you get up and provide a gift to Prof. Nkobi? Thank you so much. Yeah, that's good. Then can we request our dear principal to get up and provide a gift to Engineer Paul Mukunzi, Director General, Rwanda TVET Board. Thank you so much, Director General, for joining us in this conference. Then the last, can we ask Prof. Alphonse to get up and provide a gift to Professor Eugene Dabaga. Cameraman, please, can you take photos? Thank you so much. A round of applause as they get to their seats. Yes, that was good. And then now we are going to head to our health break. We are going to head to our health break. We just have around 20 minutes. 15 minus 5, yes. We have 15 minutes to enjoy our tea break. Do enjoy your healthy break. And then after healthy break, we are going to join our respective pilot sessions. And yes, there is a group. Just a minute, please, before you go for healthy break. Yes, there is a group that is going to remain here in the main hall. They are going to discuss about addressing future workforce needs. And then breakout session B is going to be in Rukari. They are going to discuss about education policy and reform. Then breakout session C in the library. They are going to discuss about innovative teaching practices. And then breakout session 4, which is going to meet in African Center for Excellence. They are going to meet, to discuss on the theme entitled Emerging Technologies in Education. Then we still have another special group, a group of educators who are going to discuss on the future and sustainability of the conference. The discussion is going to take place in the Vice Chancellor's office. It is going to be chaired by the Principal College of Education, co-chaired by Prof. Wenceslas. Then the moderator is going to be Prof. Mike. The secretary is going to be Prof. Irene. And then the group members are going to be Prof. Pamela Abbott, Prof. Ojo Emmanuel, Prof. Eugene Dabaga, Prof. Alphonse Orgwabayeho, Prof. Baraka, Prof. Nkubi, then Prof. Sheila. That is a group that is going to have their discussion group from the Vice Chancellor's office. Enjoy your break.
Hello again. Hello. We are going to politely remind everyone that we have very few minutes for the tea break. So you may please head on straight. And if there is anyone in the audience here who has not gotten her or his conference bag, please, this lady here is here for that. So please go out for break because we're going to use 15 minutes. And if you haven't gotten your conference bag, this is the lady to look for, Dr. Muchingambe. Thank you.
and relating what they read with their daily life. To this, the research has shown that many graduates from university, they have a problem in critical thinking skills, while they have shown the weakness in those skills. The cue or the cause is that there is a foundation, especially in secondary schools, where some teachers use inappropriate teaching methodology and assessment techniques. As Rwanda has introduced competence-based curriculum from 2015, where some of those skills should be integrated in each course, including Kiswahili. There is no research conducted in Kiswahili to show how those skills are developed in this course, which is taught in secondary and even in integrated schools. That's why you are interested to see how about Rwanda, how about our students in their critical thinking skills. We have two specific objectives. Number one is to assess the level of critical thinking skills among Kiswahili secondary school students. Number two, it is to examine the strategy used by Kiswahili teachers in fostering critical thinking skills. We have begun with the constructive theory, where it has different principles. Here we have chosen only three. Number one is learner constructive knowledge actively by dating classroom situation with the real life. It means that whatever activity that you can give the students should reflect to real life. This can help you to prepare the graduate who is able to fit on the labor market. Two, it is active learning where you have to make a student the center of teaching and learning through can use different techniques such as group discussion, project-based learning, and the others. The third, it is problem solving, which should be the core of learning. It means that we should put more emphasis on the problem solving skills among the students. The methodology, we have used the mixed method approach with the explanatory design. According to Franke, Warren, and Hune 2012, they showed that explanatory design is where you collect data, quantitative data, then you collect also qualitative data for explanation. Our population was Our population is Kiswahili secondary school students, teachers, and director of studies, where the sample was 91 students in senior 6, 7 Kiswahili secondary school teachers, and 5 doses from GS Kanchigari, Akumunigwe, Burema, College of Butamwa, and GS Kabusunzo. A data collection, we have used test, where students are given a test, where we have tested their level, rating on the Bloom taxonomy. We have a low and higher level, but our emphasis was put on the higher level, about creating analysis and evaluation. We've also made classroom observation to see teaching and learning process, how it was conducted, a document analysis with the interviews with the Kiswahili teachers and the doses. Data we have collected is the data from questionnaire, from test, were tested by using SPSS, where qualitative data were analyzed by using thematic analysis. What we find is the following. For analyzing, we have seen that students are struggling to construct arguments and rate characters of the story to the real life situation. It means the total mark that they've got 1.2 is a mean over 4. Evaluating skills are also weak because students have get 1.3 to 4 marks, and many of these students were not able to justify their decision logically. About creation, we have also a grit challenge where students have got 0.3/4, where many of them referred to extend the story that you have given. The cause of those poor performance it's because the assessment techniques that they are used by those teachers are based on memorization than rating the assessment to the real life, as some of the principles of constructivism says. To that, we have identified some challenge. Number 1 is about lesson planning, where instructional objectives are not well set. Number 2, teachers are not get training on CBC. No training was given from the starting of competency-based curriculum in 2015. Not enough material also. Teachers, even students, they have no books to read, especially for literary books. Then a conclusion and recommendation. We've seen that critical thinking skills can be developed through literature, reading, and analysis, as said by those scholars. However, students are faced a significant challenge in development of those skills. This is because some teachers have no training trained on how to implement or to integrate those skills in Kiswahili teaching and learning, and even the problem of literary work which are not available on school. So we recommend to provide those training and even teaching and learning material, especially the books for reading. And we suggest to make more research in other districts to see how those skills are implemented, especially in Kiswahili. To that, we acknowledge the University of Rwanda, College of Education for the ethical clearance, and even Nyarugenge district for allowing us to go in schools and Kiswahili teachers, students, and school leaders. Thank you too much.
Okay, thank you, Floria, for the concise presentation. If in the audience you have some questions, yes, Annette.
Thank you so much for the great research that was done. I just have like 2 questions. The first one is about the sampling technique that you used, because you mentioned about the schools that you visited in the conducting data, collection of data. So which sampling technique did you use to select such schools? And then another one is not a kind of a question, but I was wondering if maybe probably in the literature review or in the introduction, you kind of tackled about the causes of low critical skills, or maybe even the causes of low critical skills among the students, if there's something that talks about it in your background or literature.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that good presentation. I was wondering what recommendation, or is it conclusion and recommendation you made as to the findings on that the students were using recalling skills, is it memorizing skills, in contrast to, is it the application? Yes. For example, the participatory approach. If the lecturers or teachers are trained to have the learners participate in class, that one will help the retention, and now it will avoid now the memorizing just before the exams. Thank you.
It was a comment, it was a question. It was a comment. Okay.
Yeah, mine also is a comment. I just wanted to know if you you are able to find out the teaching methods that the teachers were using, because if the teacher is just using teacher-centered, then it will be impossible for the learners to develop that critical thinking. But if the teacher is creative enough to use learner-centered approaches, then even a student who is not interested in anything can have that, the desire to know something. So maybe on the teaching methods. Thank you.
Let him address these questions.
Thank you for the good questions. Let me start from Annette about the sampling techniques. We've used the purposive sampling techniques as our study is about. It is a case study. We've used the purposive. First of all, we've selected a school where they have a LFK combination, where Kiswahili is examinable in national examination. And even in Nyarugunya district, we've only those 5 schools. For teachers and for students, we also use a purposive sampling, and even for doses to get more clarification on the data collected from students and the teachers. About the literature review, we've also included some cause of poor critical thinking skills. One of them I have said it's about teaching and the teaching method that used by teaching and assessment techniques used by teachers at secondary level. Other there are about comments about teaching method and whatever. Yeah, we have also, as I have said, we've used also of classroom observation. We've seen that even in teaching and learning process, it is about teacher-centered. That's why we've said it is better to provide training to teachers on CBC implementation. Because from the starting of CBC, no Kiswahili teachers was offered, especially in advanced level. Thank you too much.
Let's take the last 2 questions. One from Prof. Buhigiro and then from...
Okay, thank you, moderator. Mine is like just an advice. I would suggest to look at, you mentioned that for analyzing or collecting data, you tried to look at the Bloom taxonomy. In my view, it would be better to look at other tools developed to analyze critical thinking skills so that you can compare yours with other existing, like the California critical thinking skills tool and other existing one, so that you can show the novelty of yours. And another comment is just the answer you gave regarding teacher-centeredness. In my view, it will be bringing a kind of questioning the credibility of your research. If you mentioned that the study was, that the method which were used are teacher-centered, in my view, it should not be only teacher-centered. I think there are some nuances to do. Thank you.
Let's take the last question.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, presenter, for the good presentation. Mine goes to the specific research questions, where I saw you say assess, and I saw assessment as is huge. It would be better to specify. While you are examining, you are also assessing. While you are identifying, you are assessing. So when you say assessment, it is not specific to my view. Another one is you are saying critical thinking in Kiswahili. For one to develop the critical thinking skills, does it require a specific subject?
Thanks.
Thank you too much from the good question and the comments for improvement. Let me start from Prof. Buhigiro for the question number 1 about how we can measure critical thinking skills. Through literature, we've seen that there are 3 types of measuring critical thinking skills. Number 1, we have used those tools developed by such as critical thinking measurement and the others. We have also the using of rubrics. In the REB, it provides a combination of using those rubrics in measuring general competencies, including critical thinking skills. So for us, we have used these rubrics for measuring the level of critical thinking skills among students. But I can even see how you can even but for us, we've used the rubrics as recommended by REB. Other, I think it is about, it's like a recommendation. Another question is about to rate if critical thinking skills is specific to Kiswahili, which is not just in Rwanda, as we are implementing competence-based curriculum, those skills should be implemented in each course that were taught. In each topic that you are taught, you should be sure that you include those critical thinking skills when teaching and even in assessment. So, for us, when you're teaching mathematics, English, Kiswahili, performing arts and whatever, you should make sure that those skills are included in your teaching and assessment process. Others are, think are comments that you should address.
Okay, let us clap for our presenter. Thank you, Laurier. Wish you all the best. Okay, let us invite the next presenter, Dr. Hilaire Habyarimana, is going to talk about navigating employability insights of Rwandan university graduates' readiness for the job market. Benjamin, do we have, okay, you can put it the slide. Okay, you have 10 minutes to present.
Good morning, everyone. As the moderator said, I'm Dr. Hilaire Habyarimana. I normally work here at the College of Science and Technology, but in charge of language. So today, I'm presenting about navigating employability insights into the Rwandan University graduates' readiness for the job market. Actually, even in the panels today, we've been talking about jobs and then readiness for the jobs, and especially as the university staff, I think we have much to talk about that, and that's why. In this research, of course, I'm with some of the colleagues. Most of them are university lecturers. And we decided just to see what is happening at university, to see whether the knowledge which is given to our students here match the needs that employers have. So this is the plan of the presentation. But then to begin, let's start with the context. To contextualize our research, you can see that Rwanda has done a lot in order to prepare some new stuff. Rwanda has done a lot in order to make people be familiar with digital transformation. It had promoted gender equality, knowledge-based economy, and then it has put much emphasis on the youth employment. And this has been an investment, good investment, in order to make sure that we have strong employees. Now, at the side of unemployment, you can see that there are more studies which took place, and for us, we want to see what is happening from the universities of Rwanda. You can see that even the National Institute of Statistics in Rwanda has shown that 21% of the university graduates are unemployed. And you can also see that even RDB, the Rwanda Development Board, has seen the gap between what our graduates have and what employers expect. So, which means that we really have a job to see what is happening after having our students graduated from our universities. And which problem, what are we investigating? A mismatch between university education and job market requirements in Rwanda. We think that this is very important for us because we need to inform the policymakers and educators and the employers about what is needed just to improve the quality of our employability. And of course, to make sure that we can contribute to the broader market at our country. And then there is a rationale for this. I said that it's not maybe the first study which is taking place because as you can see there, there is other studies which show that employers have reported some deficits in soft skills like communication or problem solving and team working. And some other studies showed that the skills gap hinder the individual employability and the national development goals. It's really a problem because when you look at our fresh graduates and when they go for interviews and what we found, there is a kind of mismatch. And particularly for us, we want to see whether our study can show, can provide a contribution to this employability, the mismatch between what our graduates get from university and what they are expected to do when they start working. The objectives of the study is mainly to investigate the skills gap. And after that, we suggest some possible solutions. And specifically, what do employers need? And what do graduates lack? And how can we bridge that gap? So we took 3 research questions to know what are the current skills requirements for the workplace, and what skills gap exists among university fresh graduates in Rwanda, and what strategies can be implemented to bridge those skills gaps. Now, this is theories which helped us just to conduct this study. We took 2. We used employability skills framework, which was mainly promoted by the Australian government in 2006. But we also use understanding and skillful practices by Perkins, self-efficacy by Bandula, and then we look a bit at the use of metacognition by Flavel. And this one, the framework is like that. There is education we get from the university, and then how we develop our skills, how do we align the skills we have with the job needs, that goes with the job readiness, and then at the end the output is to have our graduates employed. And the methodology, of course, is we use the mixed method, starting with the quantitative to qualitative, quantitative with the numbers, and then we look what they mean for better understanding. And of course, to analyze, we used, of course, the statistics and thematic analysis. Of course, we had to triangulate the data in order to make sure that the work is credible. Let's briefly look at the findings. Here, we look at what employers need, and we look at what our graduates lack. Then we found that really employers, they need graduates who are strong in technical expertise, who have digital literacy, and who have acquired some practical experience in their domains. And employers want also employees who are strong in communicating, who are well developed in critical thinking, and well equipped with problem solving. Okay, so they also need employees who are good at, who have really the ability for teamwork, for decision making, good at leadership, and who demonstrate positive attitudes and work ethics. What happened then with our graduates? Which skills do they have? Now, from the questionnaires we distributed, just we could get different numbers. Maybe I won't go through all of these, but I'll try to show you what graduates and final year students think about the curriculum. You can see that maybe 57% they say that the curriculum do not meet the workplace needs. And while 38.9% of fresh graduates found that classroom knowledge is inadequate for job performance. And some students feel that soft skills were underdeveloped, especially in communication and leadership. And when we look at how they felt, we can see that almost 50% they feel that they are prepared, others are not. So when we talk to them, you find that young graduates, they reinforce that technical and soft skills are important, but unbalanced. Maybe, as we'll see, it's because of lack of practical time that they could have got before going to work. Now, we also asked employers, very important here. Most of them found that there was no clear alignment between academic programs and the job market. What they need compared to what graduates got from university. Even many confirmed that there are challenges in translating classroom knowledge to what they are expected to do when they start working. And only 30% of the employers felt that the curriculum lacked practical guidance on applying knowledge in a real-world situation. I mean, when they start working for them. What about lecturers? Okay. Here, most lecturers we talked to highlight that English courses mainly serve for basic communication, basic knowledge, not for vocational or career preparation. So they provide, of course, the knowledge that graduates need, but there is a lack, which is tending just to lead to practical knowledge that graduates could have got from the university. But they also acknowledge limited time for practical application. Okay, some lecturers feel that they don't provide enough time for practicals. And in general, looking at our respondents, we could simply see that in terms of soft skills, there are some which have bigger percentages like project management, customer care services, data analysis. But when you get to critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, leadership, work ethics, you find that the numbers reduce. they go below 50%. While for like project management, customer care, data analysis, those are some of the skills that even some people may have, not necessarily having got that from school. And what do these data mean for us? So we tried to go to literature to see what they may mean. And looking at the statistics, we found that there was just a strong correlation which shows that between technical skills, readiness, and soft skills proficiency, there is just a kind of correlation, which means that students have, some students with the strong soft skills are also more likely to perform well technically, and even vice versa. But there is still a lack of soft skills development and the practical experience, which really is a hindrance to the job, to the employers. It's a barrier which may prevent many young graduates to be employed. And this really suggests that there is a long way to do. So many graduates are really underprepared, and this has been even proved by the World Bank. I mean, from the reports that they recently did in 2023. Now, since we saw that this is not the first research which was done for us, we found that it's important. There is a strong need for alignment of the curriculum to what employers need, which requires really collaboration between the university educators and employers. And that's what we could really find as a contribution by undertaking this research. By concluding, we looked at the three research questions that we had to see what the employers require in terms of expertise, digital literacy, practical experience, communication, and so on. And we found that the question was answered. Even question number 2, which gaps do our graduates have? You can see that there is those gaps. And then question 3, it's what we suggest, what can be done in order to bridge the skills gap. And after this, of course, we recommend that we should continue conducting research in order to know what different sectors need the university to do before releasing the graduates for job market. And of course, mainly we found that current university curriculum in Rwanda provides a strong foundation in both technical and soft skills, but there is a significant gap in equipping students to be ready for workplace. So, of course, I would like also to thank, this research was sponsored by UR-SIDA program. So thank you for having sponsored it, and thank you so much. We welcome your questions and suggestions to improve our research. Thank you so much. Moderator.
Okay. Thank you. Because we're short of time, we're going to take only 2 questions, then more discussion can be done with him. Do we have a question from the audience? Yeah, the 2 questions are here from the ladies.
Okay, thank you, Daktari. My question is, does University of Rwanda have a stand-alone leadership course for its finalist students? I'm asking this question because at Kenyatta University, all our finalist students go through a leadership course that now captures all those skills that we're talking about, including even how to dress for an interview, how to prepare for an interview, and also the issues of patriotism and the like. Thank you.
Let's take one.
Thank you, Doc. It's interesting. My presentation yesterday was quite similar, like what you presented now in a Kenyan perspective. And I mean, your findings, everything is just similar to what I shared. So I'm just raising this, it's a comment, not a question. As even we were having this, even from our panel discussion in the morning, the need for us as educators to be quite intentional in terms of bridging the skill gaps that's there in the society within the market industry. The space again of soft skills are greatly lacking among our young people. I think maybe for us and the older generation, these are things that came naturally or the environment just forced us to learn. But we find that the current generation, we need to be quite intentional in terms of training them to be self-aware. And also a colleague also yesterday presented in terms of inclusion of social emotional well-being across learners. You know, just that self-awareness coming to key. In regards to your recommendation number 2 on how curriculum development processes are done. So like in Kenya now, when you're developing curriculum, there's need to have the stakeholders, industry come on board. And especially now even with the transition to the CBE program, and especially from the TVET level, and which the universities are adapting, is the inclusion of values, attitudes, and also employers stating what kind of a person they want at the end, so their qualities. So now even as we are developing curriculum, we are working from what the industry wants, okay? So if it's project manager, what do they need competency from this person? And so we are working towards that, and I think that's something we could engage. So it's a pleasure, Dr. I think we'll connect more, and the findings are quite similar. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I will start with the first one, which is asking about maybe the contribution of the university in order to help students get used to some things like leadership, soft skills, and so on. The University of Rwanda has such plans. And it was really reinforced this year, this academic year, where all the first-year students were given time just to think about the soft skills, to be aware of what we mean by soft skills, to be instructed about leadership skills, to be talked about citizenship and how they can contribute to learning, and that is provided the period we call induction week. Of course, it's not long because it takes only 1 month, where all the first-year students are put together and they are put into practicals, and they are talked to by experts in different areas like soft skills, leadership, citizenship, and so on. So the plan is young, but it has started. Now, in terms of the second question, related to the recommendation we provide, really, I would say that this is what was missing. We teach, we have well-prepared curriculum. We have well-trained lecturers. But what we find missing is this collaboration between employers or industry, job job market industries to be to be given a space, place when curriculum is being prepared, and also to contribute to helping our graduates get used to the new knowledge, that they are going to encounter when they start working. And I think this, when we talked to most lecturers, they emphasize that they should be a collaboration with maybe bigger companies in our country, even some government or private institutions, which can just give space to our graduates or our students while they are still studying, in order to make sure that they understand what they go out doing. And I think for some who have been to some foreign universities, you could have seen some bigger companies coming to your university in order to talk with the students, and also as a starting point to recruit employees for after they have graduated. And that's why we recommend that. It's a strong, because we found it's a gap, there is a gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hirer, for your comments and good recommendation. Maybe I will ask you my question afterwards. If this can be like college-wise, if you say College of Education, we are not preparing people who are ready to teach in our schools, then we are in trouble. Thank you very much. Okay, let's call the next presenter, who is Nicoba Jose Christine. She's going to talk about quality of mathematics assessment items based on the Bloom's taxonomy in upper secondary schools of Kamonyi district, Rwanda. Benjamin, you have her presentation to put here. Okay. Okay, you can control your system.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. How do you feel? Okay, my name is Christine Nicolas. I'm a student. So, okay, good afternoon once again. I'm called Nicolas Christine. I'm a student in Masters of Education, especially in the subject of mathematics. Thank you for this time for presentation. The title of my study is called Quality of Mathematics Assessment Items based on the Bloom's taxonomy in upper secondary schools of Kamonyi district, Rwanda. the background of the study. Start with brief explanation of mathematics subject. It means that mathematics build logical reasoning, problem solving, and analytical skills. It is an important subject that is important widely and globally as a subject that open access to other STEM subjects and other fields like economics and medicine. It means that its importance also means that effective mathematics assessment, to be effective, it should align with Bloom's taxonomy, as said by Azid and et al. And in Rwanda, there is a shift from knowledge-based curriculum to a competence-based curriculum to empower that kind of assessment in general. Even this shift has been introduced by Rwanda system. Recent findings indicate that many assessments still emphasize on lower other thinking skills like remembering, understanding, and applying, rather than higher order thinking skills. Furthermore, statistics from NESA show that mathematics continues to score lower than other STEM subjects, as it is highlighted on the statistics given here, where 2019 to 2022, it seems that mathematics scores lower than other STEM subjects. This study now need to analyze how teacher set mathematics assessment papers in Kamonyi district should align, or how were aligned with cognitive levels from Bloom taxonomy. The statement of the problem was found in Kamonyi district, where a study by Kamabiwonya and Mutarutinya showed that student performance in mathematics remains inconsistent. It means that from that problem, study by Ngunjiri highlighted that effective assessment should align with Bloom's taxonomy to enhance student problem solving and critical thinking skills and their understanding. NESA also introduced the use of assessment paper standard, such as the use of table of specifications to support cognitively aligned assessment design under the competence-based curriculum. Despite the importance of aligning assessment items with student cognitive development, teachers do not develop student higher order thinking skills of the revised Bloom taxonomy, highlighting a critical research gap as highlighted by Ukozawa and Nizeyimana 2021. This study examined the quality and cognitive alignment of mathematics assessment items in the Kamonyi district to improve practice. Objective of this study, the general objective was to examine the quality of mathematics assessment items used in upper secondary schools of Kamonyi district based on the Bloom's taxonomy. Specifically, it assessed the cognitive levels of just set mathematics assessment papers in upper secondary school in the Kamonyi district according to Bloom's taxonomy. The question that the study will has responded was, what cognitive levels do mathematics assessment papers set by teachers in upper secondary schools in the Kamonyi district assess? Theoretical framework, the study is based on cognitivism theory, which emphasizes internal mental process. It advocates for assessment that promote higher order thinking skills and is based on Jean Piaget and Lev Vygotsky, where it emphasizes on Vygotsky's scaffolding concept supports, where it structures assessment from simple to the more complex. It aims to align assessment with student cognitive development and foster deep and meaningful learning. Methodology that is studied is summarized in this table. The approach is qualitative research approach. The design is content analysis search design. Target population is upper secondary schools, Kamonyi district, that offer mathematics as a core subject. The sample size is, there was 6 mathematics assessment papers from 3 out of 30 schools. Techniques used is purposive sampling, data collection tools, was document analysis checklist to check the availability of those assessment papers observed in school database. Data analysis method used was content analysis by using a table of specification to categorize the cognitive levels assessed in the assessment, in mathematics assessment. Data analysis method, as I said, it is content to deal with mathematical content to see or to analyze those levels assessed. Key findings are all results are also summarized in the table, as the study deal with 2 academic years, 2022-2023 and 23-24. It means that those findings deal with mathematics assessment prepared by teachers in the course of mathematics in the first term. NESA, in Rwandan context, in the first term, there are teachers who assess their student. In the second term, the assessment is on the district level, and the third term is on the country level. Now, those assessments are on school levels. The researcher take years 2022, 2023 exam of the or assessment of the first term, and the following year 2024, 23-24 also for the first term, where teachers assess the student. The findings revealed that school A, as you see in the table, this is the summary of the 3 schools in 2 academic years. You see that the level that many of the papers assessed is applying, and there is no items in higher order thinking skills from analyzing to creating, except school C 2022-2023, where all levels were assessed. This is the summary of how the analysis from the mathematics assessment paper were obtained. It seems that many of them emphasize on lower order thinking skills. That is what I am saying. 5 out of 6 mathematics assessment papers emphasize lower order thinking skills, while only 1 paper of that school, C22-23, emphasize or balance both lower order thinking skills and higher order thinking skills. Current assessment, you see that this assessment from those 5 out of 6 papers do not sufficiently challenge students to analyze, to evaluate, or to create, which suggests a lack of deep cognitive processing in assessment. Bloom's taxonomy advocates for a hierarchy of cognitive skills from lower order thinking skills to higher order thinking skills. Findings shows an imbalance with limited focus on higher order thinking skills, which are essential for higher level learning and problem solving, as highlighted by a study by Mitani 21. Cognitivism emphasizes promoting critical thinking and deep understanding through assessment, which does not align with the current assessment. Improving cognitive assessment to balance both to balance both levels can enhance performance, assessment, readiness, and 21st century skill development. Conclusion and recommendations. Majority of mathematics assessment paper balance both orders of thinking. Only 1 out of 6 mathematics assessment papers balance both skills, reflecting a gap in cognitive rigor. Recommendations: schools should train teachers to design assessment that balance both lower and higher order thinking skills. Teachers should explore this is recommendation for researchers should explore teachers' perspectives or perceptions and challenge they faced in implementing cognitively effective assessment. For researcher also should increase the number of the sample size to make a generalization about their findings. They should expand the research to other STEM subjects, other schools and regions to get more about the study. Acknowledgement: the researcher expresses sincere gratitude to Kamonyi District for granting permissions to conduct this study. And my special thanks go to my doctor, Jean-François Maniraho, my supervisor, for his guidance and continuous support. I also acknowledge to URCE for organizing this conference. The research was self-sponsored, no external fund. Thank you for your attention. You are welcome for questions and recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Christine, for your presentation. You respected the time. Maybe I will give you just a minor comments. The table was not really readable. As a mathematician, you can use the graphs when it can be easier. So let us take the question from the audience. Okay, let's go to Prof. Bohigiro, and then we go to...
Yeah, thank you, Christine, for your presentation. I have just one comment which can be a suggestion to see how to improve. When I look at your research objectives and the research questions, in my view, they look similar and they are very broader. So I suggest that you see how to break them down so that you can have some specific objectives which are doable. I think it's why in your analysis you fail to explain, for instance, why the school C managed to provide some assessment with creating skills. So assessment should not be descriptive. We should also try to find the why. Why, for instance, those specific skills are working differently. Thank you.
Okay, let us take the second comment.
Thank you, Christine, for your good presentation. Actually, my first question, the first question I would ask has been asked by Professor Uhigiro. It's just, okay, I try to amend it. Yes, you have assessed the status of such assessments, but you could also know the reason why the present situation of assessment of mathematics is so. So among the tools I think you would have also used in deep interview. also for the title, instead of talking about Bloom's taxonomy, I think it is Bloom's taxonomy, yes, you have used, but you precise the domain. Because in your data, I have not seen other domains apart from cognitive domain. No affective domain, no psychomotor domain were just involved. But I think even in mathematics they can be tackled. So just to relate your study to the title, I think you can precise that is the cognitive domain of Bloom's taxonomy.
Thank you. Do you have any burning question remaining? Yes, let's take the last one and then you will address them.
Thank you, Christine. That is very good and thought-provoking. However, one may want to know, is it the same person who set the exam for School C? Because in one exam, he's capturing all the cognitive skills. In the next one, only is it a have? And then the other question is this an ongoing research? Because looks like there are several things we might want to know, the demographic characteristics of the people who set the exams. Thank you.
Thank you. Address the questions.
Thank you. Let me start with the last questions about the characteristics of students or teachers. My study did with analyzing the existing data. It didn't deal with active participation from students or teachers. It only did with analyzing the existing data from mathematics assessment papers assessed in 2022, 2023, 24. Thank you. Another question was why School C balance the levels? To ask this question, it means that this study is a part of my work on thesis. There is one part that deals with assessing or analyzing those papers from past years. So why C balance those level depends on the teachers' perceptions about assessment, design, or by how their schools integrate the culture of assessment to improve the student performance. Other recommendations, I have to address those recommendations, like that of including other apart from Bloom's taxonomy, other domains like affective and the psychomotor domain. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Let us take the last presentation because I see the high table is back and we're about to conclude. I'm going to invite the team of Prof. Manela Kiza. We are going to present about examining teachers' competencies in planning geography lessons in the Rwandan secondary schools. Do you have it on the flash? Escape. So we are going to be represented by Nsengiyumva and Stars. He's part of the geography department. Anastasia ni okay. So you introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm called, as he said, I'm called Nsengiyumva Anastase, a URC staff and PhD student. At the same time, the research member, a member of the geography research team. I'm going to present the findings on our topic, examining the teachers' competencies in planning geography lessons in Rwandan secondary schools. My presentation, as said, is the last. I'm going to be brief and be quick so that I want to capture your attention for this presentation. Going to the background, the context of our research, since 2015, Rwanda education system is implementing the competence-based curriculum, CBC. However, if you go to our area of geography, only 54% of geography teachers have been trained in the CBC or in competence-based approach methods. Another big number, 92% of those teachers of geography are still relying on peers, on their peers for CBA knowledge. Interactive methods, which could be very important to the implementation of CBC, is not being used. They are still relying on other methods which are not interactive. You can see less than 30% are relying on interactive teaching methods. Almost all teachers, like 100% of the teachers, as highlighted by the research made by Emmanuel Hodan and his group, has shown that all teachers are suffering from the insufficient of teaching aids. These questions or these challenges are significantly hindering the learning practice, especially in preparing geography lessons. Therefore, this can raise a question on this about how geography teachers are preparing lessons using competence-based approaches. Therefore, our research has been interested to work on this, aiming at assessing geography teacher skills in preparing competence-based lessons with the compliance of the REB guidelines, mainly highlighting the best practices and the areas of improvement. To the research methodology, our research is cross-sectional descriptive. Why? It has been assessing the current situation and also only seeing how the lab lesson planning template is being used by geography teachers. By sampling all the settings, our research has been conducted in 20 schools in Rwanda across all provinces, where the 4 schools in each province were selected, including Kigali City. We have also selected 4 schools from each province, as was mentioned above. Private schools as a setting and public schools were also seen. Boarding, day schools, rural settings, urban settings were also seen, as we are seeing on the presentations. Teachers versus their status. 13 teachers out of 45 teachers whom worked together, 13 of them were from private schools, against 32 from public schools. 14 also were from boarding schools, against 31 from day schools. Other 28 were from rural areas, against 17 teachers from urban areas. The data were collected by analyzing the teachers' prepared lesson plans and also the interviews to get their challenges and their areas of improvement or their best practices have been made through the semi-structured interviews. The data, as our data were qualitative and quantitative both, the quantitative data were analyzed using SPSS, quantitative data were analyzed using SPSS, whereas the quantitative data were analyzed using thematic analysis. The findings were presented through the main lesson components and the 4, which also have sub-topics or sub-themes, where the title and its connection, if I'm writing them, that's where the teacher should be showing the lesson title, lesson number, unit number, period, duration, and other components of the title of the lesson. Then the description of the teaching and learning activities, both sides were also going to be presented below tables. Integration of generic competencies and cross-cutting issues have also been going to be presented the findings. By the end, lesson plan, as always, is ended with the last part of conclusions showing the sum and assessment has also been assessed. Down here, we are seeing the performance classifications, where we are having the lowest performance was cited to be less than 50%, whereas the highest
or excellent performance was above 90%. As I'm quick going, the data here are showing us that we are having some of the error and the numbers in red colors, which are showing the other raw performance as they are below 50%. If you can be identifying the teachers are failing to identify the special education needs in their lesson plans, they're also failing to indicate relevance of the learners' activities, indicating the teaching materials. They are also failing to indicate the appropriateness of the teaching materials. However, they're also showing that they are good at identifying the clear and correct lesson titles and also indicating the references of their materials. Therefore, this is also limiting to make learning meaningful and engaging. When the teaching and learning activities, as they are supposed to be described in the lesson plan, there was also a good planning timing where the teachers are good at allocating time for each step of the lesson plan. The introduction of how many minutes, body or the development, and even the conclusions. But they are failing to make an appropriate lesson introduction and also indicating the lesson content, aligning the content objectives, and also indicating the accurate and relevance of the content in their lesson plans. Therefore, there is unconnected learning content with the intended goals or the objectives, and also inadequate continuity of lessons that is affecting the teaching and learning practices in geography. For the integration of generic competencies and cross-cutting issues, it has been noted that the teachers are good at, they are aware of the what are teaching cross-cutting issues and generic competencies. However, if you are seeing those numbers in red colors, explanation on how those generic competencies are supposed to be developed, it is below 50, which is a low performance on that. Another item that was also showing they are not also good at selecting the relevant cross-cutting issues to mention their teaching in their lesson plans. And also they're also failing to explain how to address the highlighted or the identified cross-cutting issues. Therefore, this suggests that there's a disconnect between teachers' awareness and the implementation of the cross-cutting issues and the general competencies. With this means they are aware, but implementing it in the lesson plan is a challenge. For the last part of the lesson plan, where we said that is the conclusion, summary, and assessment. The findings of our research indicated that teachers are good at making self-evaluation in their lesson plans or the reflective to their lesson plans, but they are failing to indicate the summary in their lesson plans. They're also failing to reflect on the objectives of the content, the other alignment of the objectives and the content in their lesson plans. So therefore, the summaries often are lacking substance and not connected back to the objectives, and assessment tasks which are also often vague, reinforcing by key learning outcomes and learning competencies. That's where we found that teachers are showing the objective that it is explaining, but when the assessment, they are outlining, giving, or identifying. Conclusively, giving to our recommendation and conclusions, our study indicates that while there is no substantial disparity between schools categories, either private or public, boarding or day schools, rural or urban schools, but teachers in boarding schools are performing slightly better than day schools. The teachers have also shown that they have shown the strong skills in crafting clear lesson titles, as we mentioned the other findings above, organizing lesson steps with appropriate timing and effective practices. Major gaps are in content alignment, planning appropriate materials, inclusion of special needs education, integration of generic competencies, and cross-cutting issues. To address these issues, teachers emphasized the need for training and access to digital tools as practical teaching resource required for geography. The recommendation is also that the study recommends a full-scale assistance or support to ensure effective implementation of the competence-based curriculum in geography. Allow me to wind up this session as the time is not our friend, and thank you all of you, and wait your constructive feedback and more questions to clarify where I have not been clarifying, as time was not a friend of mine here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for a concise presentation and respecting the time. But I will ask you one question. Are these teachers from our college? Yes. So this, I mean, the participants of the study, were they graduate trained in CE?
With the teachers, and thank you for your question. I remember to directly answer that question because maybe I was not going to wait other questions. Most of the teachers that we were together, we didn't see whether they are from URC, but qualification of theirs. We are 40 teachers out of 45 teachers whom work together. We are qualified with bachelor's degree in education, main teaching geography. And big number of them, as they're experienced even above 10 years in working experience, they are from KIE or the URC College of Education.
Okay, so this means we need to make some adjustment to our modules for assessment and also the model of specific teaching methods for geography. I didn't see that recommendations. I was expecting to get it. If you are from ours and we are not able to assess, then we need to do something. Okay, I can take some questions from the audience. Do you have? Okay.
Thank you. I like the topic and the area because it has potential for I think it can be a good tool for even self-induced professional development for teachers. Now, the question I had is about self-evaluation. It's just a curiosity from my experience, looking at what is put in that section of self-evaluation. Most of the time, I've seen well done, comments like those, well done, or just short or brief statements of how they thought the lesson went. Now, I was curious to know whether you have done some kind of content analysis to find out what is put in that, because doing that would tell us about it's about reflection, and reflection is good for promoting teachers' own metacognitive awareness of what they do. So if you have done that, I would appreciate if you could tell us what you found there, or whether you plan to do it in the next phase of your study. Thank you.
Do you have any question? Remain in the audience? Okay, let him answer this question and then we conclude our session.
Thank you very much for that good question. For the part of self-evaluation, what teachers are putting, most of them are putting well done, as you said. But the question was, filling the template, is it okay? That's where we are enforcing. Because for last we are seeing, we have not been attending his teaching, but we are seeing the lesson planned. So they are putting that one, which means they are aware of what is supposed to be put in the template. Another question was on the content analysis. Most of the lesson plans were lacking that content in their lesson plans. Why? You will see they are putting revise, doing the teacher asks questions, only that, without reflecting on what teacher is going to ask. What the students will be answering the questions, but they are not saying what the students are going to be answering. They propose the answers, or they propose the issues, discuss questions of those students in their groups. So they are just making us only filling a plan, but they are not describing what is supposed to be taught in their lesson plans. which means even when the objective is well, but going down to the part of the development of their lessons, they are lacking the content of what they are going to show. So you will be reading the lesson plan, you don't know what is going to be taught. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastas, and the team you are representing. We are coming to the end of this session, which was discussing about addressing future workforce needs, but also included some of our items for innovative teaching methods. So I thank all people who were with me here following the presentations, and your contributions were very relevant, and I think our students or other presenters will have time to adjust their findings. Thank you very much. Let me give the floor back to the Master of Ceremony of today, Annette. I think I can hand over to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. For the meantime, we are still waiting for other colleagues who are in other breakout rooms. They haven't finished, but they have a few minutes to come. So let's wait for them.
it is. This is a piece of, two pieces of computer chargers that you may not want to leave with us. So check your computer and see if you have everything that goes with it. Because once we've closed, everyone forgets everything. Sibyo? Urebe niba ufite computer yawe ifite na charger mwazibagiriwe aho mwakoreraga. You forgot them where you are working in the rooms. So we have them there too. Anytime, come pick them. What's remaining for today is that the closing ceremony is going to be very brief and we go for lunch. Basically, it's the convener going to wrap up the session. It's one of the university leaders coming to say a word of thanks. I don't know the contents, don't ask me that, but I know there is that remark too. And then we head for our lunch. In the meantime, take pictures, make sure you talk to someone in the audience that you think you've never talked to, because part of the conference is to network and have new friends. Thank you. Pick these ones when you can.
And as now we are coming towards the end of our conference, allow me to invite the conference convener to give his closing remarks. A round of applause as we welcome him.
Dear DVC, Strategic Planning and the Administration of the University of Rwanda, and Yes of Honor, Principal of College of Education, and the other principals present here, distinguished delegates, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we conclude the third international conference on the theme you can see here, empowering educators to prepare students for tomorrow's complex challenges, I stand before you with immense gratitude and inspiration. Over the past 3 days, we have engaged in vibrant discussions, meaningful knowledge exchange, and a shared commitment to reimagining education in the face of complexity. This success belongs to each of you, educators, researchers, policymakers, and partners, whose dedication, creativity, and insight have shaped this impactful gathering. Special thanks go to our keynote speakers. You may remember that you were with the Professor Pamela Abbott. Other two keynote speakers intervened virtually. These are Ramashengo Shira Mpalele and Mrs. Alonyo Hafide Kai, who sparked critical reflections on higher education, digital transformation, and career development. We are deeply thankful to our steadfast sponsor, the MasterCard Foundation, who is also represented here. Yesterday, Ruth was here, for once again making this conference possible. Sincere appreciation also goes to the University of Rwanda, College of Education, to our organizing teams, and everyone who contributed behind the scenes. Your commitment has made this event both memorable and meaningful. Ladies and gentlemen, this year we welcomed over 135 participants from more than 10 countries, including Rwanda. Your contributions reaffirm our shared belief that inclusive, innovative, and resilient education systems are within reach. Allow me to quote Helen Keller, who has said, "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much." To our presenters, I wish to thank you for sharing your research and experiences
I trust the feedback you received will enrich your work and help drive educational transformation in your context. As Confucius reminds us, the man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones. Let us continue talking together those small but purposeful steps. At this point, I would like to invite, allow me, DVC, to invite chairs, vice chairs, and secretaries who are present of the organizing committee. Please come before here. Scientific committee, public and relations and the public relation and communication committee. Please come forward and be acknowledged for your outstanding work. We are proud of you and of your leadership and dedication. Yeah, these are the colleagues who contributed to organize successfully this conference. Thank you. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to confirm that all abstracts from this conference will be processed for inclusion in our official proceedings. Authors wishing to submit full papers to the Rwandan Journal of Education are encouraged to do so through the regular channels. I also wish to inform you that you can access the book of abstracts on the website, the conference website. The book is there. You can access it whenever you want. I also thank the organizing committees because now the certificates of participation are available, and I think everybody has been able to get it, to get his or her certificate of participation through email. As we return to our institutions and communities, may we carry forward the energy and the purpose sparked here. Let us continue empowering educators to equip students with the skills, values, and mindset needed to thrive in a complex world. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., I quote, "The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character. That is the goal of true education." Ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead, I warmly invite you to join us next year, 2026, the last week of May. The dates will be communicated further for the fourth international conference under the proposed theme. There was maybe a few minutes ago a round table, a high-level round table of experts and academicians who came up with this topic. It is reimagining educational futures through innovation, inclusion, and resilience. We are going to continue brainstorming about the thematics of this fourth conference. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, time is our greatest enemy. How I wish we had more time to share, reflect, and plan. But now it is time to part ways. I hope you enjoyed your stay in a beautiful Kigali and found the conference enriching and energizing. I wish you safe travels and look forward to welcoming you in 2026 with renewed passion, fresh ideas, and our continued commitment to educational transformation. Thank you. May I invite maybe the principal to come and give his concluding remarks. Thank you, Principal.
Dear Deputy Vice Chancellor for Administration and Strategic Planning at University of Rwanda, and who is our guest honor as we close this three-day conference. Dear colleague principals attending this session, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I think I will not speak much because the convener has highlighted the key points which stem from this conference. But I can't fail, of course, to express my heartfelt gratitude to all keynote speakers, panelists, presenters, participants in general, and organizers whom we already thanked for their dedication and expertise which made this event a success. Thank you for showing up with honesty, courage, and willingness to learn together. As participants, our insight, passion, and willingness to collaborate have made this conference not just informative, but truly empowering to empower others. I am deeply grateful, and kindly join me to clap for ourselves. I want to take this moment to reflect on what we have achieved. We have shared experience, practical tools, courageous conversation that speak directly to the reality in the classrooms, in our institutions. Through various formats of presentation, we have shared ideas, challenged assumptions, explored innovative strategies, and most importantly, reaffirmed our commitment to equipping educators with the tools, support, and the voices they need to shape the future of our education. At University of Rwanda College of Education, we remain committed to our noble aspiration, the aspiration of being a hub of pedagogical innovation, dialogue, and professional growth for educators and educational leaders. As we leave this venue, let's live here, not just inspired, but ready to act. I urge all of us to take forward the momentum we have built over the past 3 days. Let's transform insight into strategies and strategies into actions. Let's continue the conversation that we began, strengthen the networks we've formed, and
carry on the energy of this conference back into our communities, meaning universities, colleges, schools, and classrooms. Let's remember that educators' empowerment is not a moment. Rather, it is a movement that continues with every lesson we teach, every student we support, and every colleague we lift up, every improvement we strive for. Let's keep reading and leading. Let's keep reading and leading, keep inspiring, and most of all, keep showing up. Let's stay connected in our shared mission to empower educators. For those who are still around, please keep connecting and move around to explore the city of Kigali, the surroundings. For those who are traveling back home, we wish a safe travel and we hope to see you next time. I thank you. Murakoze cyane. Asante ni sana. Merci beaucoup. And I take this opportunity to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor for the closing remarks.
Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the close of this wonderful conference. I'm going to speak on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and read his speech, but personally, I would have wished to attend this conference, especially the morning session today, where you reflected on academic career guidance, but also on the future of this event. What I understand is that we are continuing this conference, and I'm looking forward for the discussion we'll be always having, but also the fact you reflected once again to what education means for our young people. So the conference on reshaping education for sustainable development is not just an area for academic staff to exchange ideas or even to have nice speeches, but it's actually a call to action. And the chosen theme for this year of empowering educators to prepare students for the complex challenges of tomorrow couldn't be more timely. Of course, you all as participants, you reflected, debated, and probably reimagined what education must become. But what I want to tell you, the University of Rwanda is not lagging behind on this. We stand at the heart of transformation, at least for Rwanda, the region, and of course, we want to become and to be a global player. So we are here to lead a renaissance, especially in Africa, higher education. University of Rwanda believes Africa's story needs to be written or authored by Africans, and we have everything that it takes to transform. Of course, we cannot do that without partners. We must do it whether it is with government, other universities, communities, development partners, but also the students themselves. I believe the distance of being educators, then their learners, need also to change. We also need to see them, our students, as contributors. We cannot afford to educate learners for a world that no longer exists. We must educate for a world that is rapidly emerging, both technologically, but also ethically. We're in a world that requires ethical leaders,
environmental aware student, and our role is not to produce just job seekers, but creators of solutions to many development challenges that still exist on our continent and in the globe. Our graduates must be equipped. They must be equipped with what sometimes they call it soft skills. I'm not so sure they are soft, but our graduate must be equipped not just with the science, but also with the soft skills and the critical thinking that is needed. Therefore, I urge every educator here, a researcher and policymaker, to carry the torch of transformation beyond this venue. So let us work together. And as I would like to conclude, I want to thank the conference organizers. When we were looking at the number of papers to be presented, we were amazed. I'm sure the scientific committee has done a lot of work to screen all this, to decide what gets presented and what is not. And I really thank the College of Education for this successful event, but also thanking all other colleges from the University of Rwanda, 7 colleges, who came here to understand education business is not just the College of Education business. Our gratitude goes to MasterCard Foundation for the continued support to the University of Rwanda, but the main appreciation goes to you speakers, moderators, presenters, and if you allow, let's clap again for you. You have accepted our invitation to the University of Rwanda, and you played your respective roles in this conference. I was told it was wonderful from the first day up until now. So, dear participant, thank you. Thank you for your presence, your ideas, and most importantly, for your commitment. May this conference not be an end, but actually a beginning of an interesting forum, an interesting dialogue, and an expansion of our network. And most importantly, let's act on whatever we have agreed to do. Thank you. Murakoze cyane. Kandi muzagende neza. I'm saying in Kinyarwanda, safe travels for those who are leaving Rwanda. And those who are staying in Rwanda, let's continue again this discussion.
Dear DVC, you may want to, just for a second, stand in front of us here, if you may, please. There's a gift for you, sir, if you may please stand here. And our principal, please, you may come. The gift we are presenting to you is that you're a huge fan of such platforms, and we acknowledge your time. It's so limited, but I'm so incredibly, yeah, I know you're going to work it out. DVC, that one is for you. Yeah, we'll transfer the other one to the Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much. And before you go out, you move, may I request internationals amongst us to stand? I know you acknowledge them, but maybe put the face to the face. If you know you are an international, please rise. We have an incredible team here. They were here, most of them, during the first conference. They came during the second conference. They are to the third conference now, and they have also promised to come to the fourth conference. A round of applause. DVC, you may be seated. There is a picture that you're going to take shortly, so be ready to come. And the convener has also authorized me to recognize in a second those people that may have skipped his attention. I know you hold them dear. And that is our incredible team, Madame Beata. Madame Beata has been behind the scenes. See the lady who is sign languaging there? She's been very incredible.
I don't know how she does her stuff, but I'm so amazed. So thank you so much. She's been seated out there. Incredible support. Thank you so much. Next time, do like this. Yeah. So another group, Mr. Benjamin, the tech team. You may stand for a second. I know there is a team behind you that has done incredible stuff. Not a single glitch during our presentations. Thank you so much. Now, not to cite individuals, everyone who has contributed, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, you come for the picture. Led by this front table, we took a picture on the first. This is evidence that we've been all here on the first day and we're still here on the last day. So come for the picture, and then after that one, we go for our lunch. Muzi photo, the screen, the tech people, you're going to shut off the screen. Then the rest, you come here and we take that last picture. Then you go for lunch. It's not the last supper. We still are going to converge and meet again. You may start, and then we do the motion. Thank you. So please, principal on your table, please, you come. Then our internationals, please. I've been told that you're used to moving so fast. Yep. You see? Yep. You sit on the last ones here. Who are you? So all right, thank you so much. Let's do it in style. Thank you. Hey. Let me bring them. Oh. Please, everyone come. Make sure that you stand next to someone who is not your male, female. Mix up. Every one of us, please, in the picture. Thank you. Yeah, be on the stairs, right? Let me know when the last person is standing so that I also join. So are we all good? All right. The cameramen, where are they? Is it automatic? Let us know when you're done. Bless you all. Travel in peace. Let's all go have our lunch there.
Sure. Naye major.